Chapter 1750. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. I see. Suddenly, he wanted to slap himself in the face. If he had known earlier, he would have. This was such a simple matter. Did he have to put in so much effort? Why do the spirit beasts like the smell of the purple firmament tower so much? Chu Yang immediately thought of another question. I'm not sure about this. The sword spirit was a little ashamed. Chu Yang looked around and saw that there was no one around. He quietly took the purple firmament tower out of the tribulation space and put it in his arms. This purple firmament tower had once turned into a tall mountain in the upper three heavens. Its spiritual energy was dense, and its status was transcendent. It was majestic and unshakable. But now, in Chu Yang's hand, it was only the size of a finger. It was so small and exquisite that it looked more like a child's toy. However, the moment this toy-like purple firmament pagoda was taken out, the entire spirit beast trading market was thrown into chaos. For a moment, all the spirit beasts became restless as if they were rebelling. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, jumping up and down. It was as if doomsday had arrived and the god of death was right in front of them. The specific behavior was as follows. The wild wolf, which had been tamed for several years, suddenly bit the hand of the breeder fiercely. Then it struggled to break free from the shackles and rushed over like a madman, even though its skin and flesh were torn. The white tiger, which had been here for more than a year and had long been confirmed by the breeder to have lost its wild nature, suddenly roared fiercely. Its momentum shook the heavens and the earth, showing the might of a beast king. The earth dragon roared madly, as if this was its final moment. The fire bird almost shook off all the feathers on its wings in a frenzy. Even the highly poisonous 7-colored poisonous snake was moving around impatiently. It hissed and flicked its tongue. Its originally cold-blooded eyes were now filled with impatience. The entire spirit beast trading market was instantly in chaos. It was unbelievably chaotic. All the managers were in a state of panic. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were bitten and pecked by the spirit beasts. Several people were bleeding, and their faces quickly turned black and purple. These people were obviously poisoned, a poison that could easily endanger their lives. But the safety preparations of the spirit beast trading market were still in place. In just a moment, many people came to help and laid out stretchers. He dragged the poisoned and injured people up and disappeared like a whirlwind. Many high-level martial artists also rushed over one after another. They went near some high-rank spirit beasts and kept suppressing them, hoping that the spirit beast's fear of formidable deterrence would calm them down. Many other waiters came over and kept apologizing to the guests and wishing them a happy new year. Anyway, you hear what's good. In short, the entire spirit beast arena fell into extreme chaos. However, no one noticed that in such a chaotic place, a super nouveau riche was the one who started all this. And this super nouveau riche was still squatting there like he was taking a dump. He was petrified. Even the service staff who were responsible for comforting the guests did not notice the petrified Chu Yang. The guests present were either panicking, angry, or even trying to take advantage of the situation. However, no one was petrified. Moreover, he was petrified in the posture of defecating. The reason why Chu Yang was so petrified was because Chu Yang really couldn't think of anything. As soon as the purple firmament pagoda was taken out, it actually had such a powerful effect. It was simply going to turn the world upside down. Some of the spirit beasts that had turned a blind eye to him suddenly regarded him as their savior. The spirit beasts who had rolled their eyes at him, suddenly they were as close as brothers who had been separated for 100,000 years. It turned out that it wasn't the fear of the end of the world or the fear of death. Instead, it was the excitement of suddenly feeling the most intimate and irresistible feeling and taste. The enthusiasm of this moment made Chu Yang directly stunned. It was really too unexpected. What was this situation? Looking at all the spirit beasts around him being so affectionate, Even if they were separated by cages, even if their bones were broken and their claws were broken, they still wanted to squeeze over. Those pairs of eyes were surging with strong feelings that did not care about life and death. Chu Yang suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Was this the hidden, mysterious power of the Purple Firmament Tower? Did the Purple Firmament Tower actually have the mysterious power to attract all the spirit beasts in the world? What exactly did the Purple Firmament Emperor leave behind? Or what did he do in the past? Or was he actually, what was he? Chu Yang held the Purple Firmament Tower in his hand again. The next moment, Chu Yang actually clearly felt that his divine sense that had been sealed by the heavenly imperial palace boundary suddenly unfolded again, without any restrictions at this moment. The power of this Purple Firmament Tower could actually easily break through the divine sense seal brought about by the heavenly imperial palace without any effort. If it was just a breakthrough, it would be enough to be shocking. But what really shocked Chu Yang was that the power of the Purple Firmament Tower could break through the heavenly imperial palace boundary without any sound and without attracting anyone's attention at all. The power of this power had already completely exceeded Chu Yang's understanding. It was really too powerful. What exactly was the Purple Firmament Tower? How could he have such a mysterious and powerful thing? Chu Yang's divine sense actually enveloped the spirit beast trading market within a radius of a few hundred miles in an instant. At this moment, Chu Yang felt like a fish that had returned to the sea. That kind of freedom and comfort that he had not felt for a long time made him truly feel what it was like to be in heaven and to want to die. It was like a blind person who suddenly regained his sight. The excitement in his heart was forcibly suppressed by Chu Yang. Excitement, happiness. It was not good to overdo it. A mistake would lead to disaster. The scene before him was a clear proof. Right now, the most important thing was to find a spirit beast that could make him rich. Chu Yang immediately began to search. Chu Yang, who had recovered his divine sense, was confident that he could find the target he was looking for in an instant. But he failed. He didn't find it. It would be strange if he could find it. Chu Yang's divine sense had recovered. Nothing in the entire spirit beast trading market could hide from his senses. But this had nothing to do with the target spirit beast he was looking for. As far as his divine sense could reach, all the spirit beasts in the entire spirit beast trading market were cheering and jumping enthusiastically. Chu Yang only felt that his eyes were dazzled. He didn't know which one to choose. Sword Spirit. Chu Yang could only ask the Sword Spirit for help because he was really a little confused. The Sword Spirit also spent a lot of effort to carefully observe. He hesitated for a long time, frowned, and said, "What is this? I saw it clearly just now, so I couldn't find the target. Now that I've seen it all clearly, I still can't find the target. I really don't understand. Which one is the target you want? Although each spirit beast here has a rank, it's not high enough. If you really put them on the field, the chances of winning are very small. Do you plan to make money by relying on them? It's good enough that you don't lose money." Chu Yang frowned. He walked forward and said, "Since you've seen it clearly, introduce the spirit beasts to me. This is not a problem. The spirit beasts in the Heavenly Imperial Court can be roughly divided into 4 levels: Xian, Earth, Heaven, and Saint. This classification corresponds to the martial artist's rank. Each level is divided into 3 grades, upper and lower. The Xian level is the lowest. As long as there is an Earth level spirit beast has the ability to sweep away all the spirit beasts in the Xixia city. As for the Heaven level, it belongs to the legendary level and is relatively rare. As for the Saint level, it's a legend among legends. Even the legends say that there are only 3 to 5 of them. Moreover, no one has seen it with their own eyes. The spirit beasts here, most of them belong to the Xian level, and most of them are at the lower level. Only a small portion of them are at the Earth level, and only 2 or 3 of them are at the upper level. Moreover, they are all cubs. Such cubs need to be trained for at least 10 years before they can participate in battles. Moreover, the price to buy them is very high. Chu Yang frowned tightly. According to his experience, the auras of the spirit beasts that could dominate the spirit beasts gaming field were much more powerful than the spirit beasts here. There was simply no comparison between the two. If so, then wouldn't he have come here in vain? Just as he was pondering, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a strange spirit beast hiding in a corner of the spirit beast transaction center. The reason why Chu Yang was interested in this spirit beast was very simple. Almost all the spirit beasts in the entire spirit beast transaction center were agitated by the aura of the purple firmament tower. But this spirit beast didn't become agitated. In fact, it even seemed to be disdainful of the aura of the purple firmament tower. It merely rolled its eyelids and then drooped them down. It continued to lie there lazily and looked half dead. Chu Yang couldn't help but be surprised when he noticed this. All the spirit beasts had gone crazy, but this guy was still indifferent? What's wrong? Did you find something? The sword spirit asked. Nothing. Chu Yang had already walked over with quick steps. There wasn't much time left. So, Chu Yang quickly walked to the side of that strange spirit beast. Speaking of being strange, this spirit beast was indeed extremely strange. It was sloppy and slovenly. Its appearance was also very strange. It was lying there. Its entire body was 30 feet long. Its fur was brightly colored. At first glance, it looked like a tiger, but it didn't have the king character on its forehead. Its tail was curled up into a ball. It wasn't drooping like a tiger's tail. Its ears were perked up and they weren't big. They were a little pointy, and the look in its eyes was very strange. This animal's eyes were somewhat lazy, although it looked very similar to a tiger. The difference in aura was too great. However, if this thing was a kitten that had been magnified hundreds of times, it seemed to be very similar to the image. But how could there be such a big cat in the world? If a cat could grow so big, then how could there be a tiger in the world? It would be better to call it a cat. The more Chu Yang looked at it, the stranger it became. This guy looked like a cat, but also like a tiger. It looked like a cat, but also like a tiger. He had never seen such a strange guy in his memory. What was it? Chapter 1751. Another strange thing about this strange animal was that it wasn't confined in a cage. Instead, it was lying on its side, lazily basking in the sun. There were no ropes or chains around its neck either. In other words, the harmless image of this guy was probably already deeply rooted in people's hearts. The truth was probably not far from this. Chu Yang walked up to it, squatted down, and observed it carefully. When this strange animal saw that a human had arrived, it also opened its lazy eyes and looked at Chu Yang. Deep in its eyes, there was actually a trace of disdain and contempt. It was a kind of faint contempt. Although it was like the wind passing by without a trace, it really existed. It was as if the gods of the heavens were looking down on mortals. It was as if they were not in their eyes at all, as if they were looking down on mortals. Only when Chu Yang got closer did he realize that the fur all over this guy's body was almost purple. It actually faintly exuded a kind of aura. Sword spirit, take a closer look. Do you recognize what kind of spirit beast this is? The more Chu Yang looked, the more curious he became. I really haven't seen it before. The sword spirit carefully identified it for a moment and finally shook his head gloomily. Sword Master, this doesn't seem to be a spirit beast. It's just an ordinary wild beast. Ordinary wild beast. Chu Yang was stunned. It can't be? Why would an ordinary wild beast be here? You must be mistaken. It doesn't make sense. That strange animal suddenly growled from its throat. It rolled its eyes and looked at Chu Yang. Then it rolled over and lay down on its back. It seemed that it had completely lost interest in a certain king of hell in front of it and was turning a blind eye to him. The next moment, it stretched out a front paw and scratched its belly contentedly. It seemed that this seemingly intentional and unintentional action had already exceeded the boundary of turning a blind eye. It directly treated Chu Yang in front of it as air. This guy looked very sloppy, but the fur on its belly was actually snow white and spotless. It was really clean to the extreme. Seeing this, Chu Yang's eyes lit up again. A strange species must have something strange about it. Even if this guy in front of him was a real wild beast, it was still a strange wild beast. Then Chu Yang put away the purple cloud tower and waved his hand to summon the steward here. Buddy, what kind of spirit beast is this? Chu Yang asked. The steward looked at Chu Yang with a funny expression and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Guess this is not a spirit beast. What a fucking joke." There was actually someone who had taken a fancy to this lazy guy who was just waiting to die. Something new had happened today. First, the animals that had not been seen in 100 years were inexplicably agitated. Following that, there was another idiot who mistook a wild beast for a spirit beast. He even seemed to have the intention of buying it. This was simply too refreshing. There were so many spirit beasts here, yet he didn't look at them. Instead, he took a fancy to an ordinary beast that didn't know how to do anything. If he didn't have too much money to burn, then he was a complete idiot. Do you think that choosing a spirit beast is like choosing a pet? You're saying that this isn't a spirit beast? Chu Yang frowned. Since it's not a spirit beast, why did you place it here? Dear guest, please listen to me. Actually, I don't know the exact origins of this fellow, but I heard from my senior that this beast came to us on its own and wasn't captured by our company's beast catching team. I don't know when exactly it came, but it seemed to have suddenly appeared. And after it came here, it has been very docile. It ate whatever was there to eat and didn't eat anything else. It has been lying here all this time, not moving at all, and it won't cause any trouble. Although it's huge in size, it's very obedient. If it wasn't for the fact that it's completely harmless, why do you think we placed it here without confinement? The steward rolled his eyes and said, "But, dear guest, in fact, this fellow is indeed very cute. If you want to buy it back as a pet or something, it'll definitely be worth the money. It'll definitely be awe-inspiring when you bring it out." It was rare that someone had taken a fancy to this fellow that no one would want even if it was given away for free. How could he not brag about it? If he could really sell it, he could even get back some money for the feed. There weren't many spendthrifts like this in this heaven imperial court. Just based on this fellow's size, it's definitely not wrong. By the way, what kind of species is this fellow? A tiger? Or something else? This fellow belongs to your shop, so you must have some information about it, right? Chu Yang asked with great interest. I really don't know. In our Heaven Imperial Court, there's no record of such a strange animal. No one has ever seen it before. If you ask me, maybe it's some legendary rare beast. Seeing that this fellow was really interested, the steward suddenly became spirited and hurriedly boasted about it vigorously. Finally, this foodie was going to be sold. According to the analysis of my seniors, this fellow may also be the crossbreed of a cat and a tiger. As the steward said this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Chu Yang's eyes widened. What? The crossbreed of a cat and a tiger? Your cat can crossbreed with a tiger? Damn it, how can it be crossbred? Did a cat crossbreed with a tiger, or did a tiger crossbreed with cat? Let's not talk about whether it's possible or not. Let's talk about the size first. A tiger's thing is also bigger than a cat's, right? A cat's thing is not even as good as a toothpick to a tiger. How do you explain it? The steward was dumbfounded and sweated profusely. Didn't I just say something wrong? Do you have to be so agitated? I'm talking about the animal, not you. What the steward didn't know was that behind him, the strange animal also propped up half of its body and glared fiercely at the steward's back. It opened its mouth and revealed its white fangs. Even the fur on its head stood up one by one, as if it was unable to restrain its anger. But then it lowered its head and continued to scratch its stomach. All right, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me how much this wild beast is worth. Chu Yang asked. A certain king of hell wasn't stupid. He directly locked the price on the wild beast. You dare to sell a wild beast at the price of a spirit beast. If you really want to buy it, then... The steward's eyes turned. 50 purple soul coins. Seeing that Chu Yang's expression was unhappy, he hurriedly said, Sir, 50 purple soul coins really isn't much. Such a big one. Even if you kill it and sell it, you can sell it for dozens of purple soul coins. When the feline that looked like a cat and tiger heard this, the fur on its body stood up again. All right. Chu Yang didn't intend to bargain. He happily gave the money. When he said wild beast just now, it was probably a psychological hint. He was afraid that the steward would be suspicious and cause unnecessary trouble. This fellow could ignore the aura of the purple firmament tower. What kind of wild beast could do that? Just this point alone made Chu Yang recognize that it was extraordinary. Not to mention 50 purple soul coins, even if it was 50 purple cloud coins. Chu Yang felt that it was worth it. But now, it was better to save as much as possible. If he really gave a high price, it might attract suspicion. The manager received the 50 purple spirit coins and immediately beamed with joy. Congratulations, esteemed guest. This ferocious beast is now yours. Although it's not a spirit beast, its appearance is definitely one of a kind in the Heaven Imperial Court. Just this point alone, even if you don't make a profit, you'll still be awe-inspiring when you take it out. Don't you think so? Chu Yang frowned. He snorted and said, What a load of nonsense. Would my eyesight be wrong? Oh, right, how do I take it away? Do I need to sign a divine contract? The steward's eyes widened to the extreme. If it weren't for his eyes, they might have shot out. He stuttered, Sir, you want to sign a divine contract with such a wild beast? Just now, he was praising this fellow to the heavens. Maybe the legendary rare beast had become a wild beast in the blink of an eye. The steward cursed in his heart. Can you be any more stupid? This fellow's brain must be damaged. There's so many spirit beasts out there, and you want to sign a contract with an ordinary wild beast? No attack, no defense, no speed. It had no strength. It was a product that was completely useless from head to toe. This fellow's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Nonsense. Chu Yang said matter-of-factly, If I don't sign a contract, how can I take it away? Is your brain damaged, or has it been kicked by a donkey? Why are you asking such stupid questions? How can your boss be at ease with you serving customers? The steward's face twisted. After a while, he said, Signing a contract requires another 100 purple soul coins. Since you want to sign a contract with a piece of trash, why should I stop you? Anyway, I'm not the unlucky one. When the time comes, I'll know who's the one whose brain was damaged and who was kicked by a donkey. Chu Yang was very straightforward. Isn't it just 100 purple soul coins? Take it. The steward took out a piece of beast parchment. On it, the seal of the Heavenly Watchtower's Eastern Royal Heavenly Oath Division was impressively written. First, he burned incense and prayed. Then he took out a bottle of strong alcohol and poured it on the oath. When Chu Yang and the strange animal were not far apart, the oath suddenly lit up. The oath paper instantly scattered into specks of starlight and flew towards the foreheads of Chu Yang and the wild beast. A trace of disdain flashed past the eyes of the fellow lying lazily on the ground. It didn't resist at all during the entire process. To be more precise, it didn't even react much. A certain king of hell, who was full of joy, felt that he had succeeded. He suddenly screamed, and his divine sense, which had just recovered, was almost completely scattered. The steward, who was carrying out the oath, let out a miserable groan at the same time. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Chu Yang could clearly feel that the power of the oath had actually rebounded violently. For a moment, he was confused and confused. Why? The steward said in a daze. Why did this happen? What's going on? The strange animal that looked like a cat and a tiger lazily rolled its eyes. It was still indifferent, as if all this had nothing to do with it. Under Chu Yang's constant urging, the steward didn't believe in heresy and changed the oath paper again. This time, it was very straightforward. Chu Yang screamed and jumped up. He had a splitting headache, and it wasn't fake at all. The steward directly twitched and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Then he fainted magnificently. The sword spirit, who was in the tribulation space, was dumbfounded by this unexpected situation. This, what exactly is going on? I just applied for a public WeChat account. Everyone, quickly take out your phones and add me. You can go to my Sina Weibo or 10-cent Weibo to see the pinned Weibo. You can scan the QR code there. You can also directly search for the account. Z79062520030723. My nickname is Wind Conquers the World. You can find me. Come quickly, I'm waiting for you. Brothers and sisters, welcome to join. If there's any new news in the future, I'll share it with you at any time. It's my first time doing it, and I don't have any experience. Then, I made the number too long. Sigh, it's a mistake. I hope everyone doesn't mind. The point is, it's my first time doing it. Come on, brothers and sisters, what are you waiting for? Aha! Chapter 1752. Chu Yang had a flash of inspiration. Does the problem come from this beast? What kind of beast can be so evil? Chu Yang went forward and put on a very amiable and cordial face. Then he said in an extremely gentle voice, Hey, buddy, do you want to go out with me for a stroll? How about we go and conquer the world together? The sword spirit held his forehead in the tribulation space and almost fainted. Oh, my lord swordmaster, even if you talk to a spirit beast like this, it won't understand, let alone an ordinary beast. What kind of master did I follow? This strange animal raised its head and looked at Chu Yang. Then it lazily lowered its head again. It doesn't seem to understand. This possibility is more likely. It would be strange if it could understand. That's a beast. Of course. There's another possibility that meant that he understood but was unwilling. Damn you, with your poor and destitute appearance. You still want me to follow you and suffer hardships? Anyway, no matter which possibility it is, there's a little bit of disdain in it. Are you willing to be my partner? Let's be friends. I'm very sincere. Don't tell me that this sincere face of mine isn't enough to explain the problem. Chu Yang didn't give up and asked. He directly threw away his face. That guy lowered its head and began to comb its beard with its claws. It completely ignored Chu Yang. Damn it. Chu Yang grabbed this guy and wanted to pull it up and take it away, but he unexpectedly found that this guy was as heavy as a mountain and didn't move at all. Damn it. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. The strength of his hands is more than 10 million pounds. Although he didn't use all his strength when he pulled just now, even 100 adult tigers would have been lifted up. But now he can't pull this guy. Moreover, it made a few grunting sounds and rolled its eyes. It was obviously a little dissatisfied. I obviously don't want to go with you, so why are you pulling me? Chu Yang was also stunned. What the hell is going on? I've paid the money, but the contract can't be completed. It seems that I can't take it away. Isn't it stupid? The sword spirit was full of suspicions. Lord Swordmaster, why do you want this useless guy? This guy doesn't even have the slightest bit of offensive power. Even if we bring him back, it has nothing to do with your grand plan. Chu Yang frowned and said, My intuition tells me that this guy is very unusual. Moreover, although his current body looks huge, it actually gives people a dreamlike, illusory feeling. Just now, when I grabbed it with my hands, it seemed to really exist. This guy is definitely not simple. He's definitely not an ordinary wild beast. The sword spirit scoffed at this. I really can't see what's so special about this guy. Is it that it's rare to be both a cat and a tiger? From the looks of it, it was at most a piece of trash that could be slaughtered and eaten. Otherwise, it would be kept for fun. Although Chu Yang really wanted her, he couldn't take her away. So, he could only sigh helplessly. He sighed and said, I can't believe that I, the master of the Calamity Sword, a legendary legend, can't even take a tiger away. He suddenly felt that the world was very vast. The Calamity Sword seemed to have sensed something. Unconvinced, it jumped in his dantian. Chu Yang waved his hand and summoned the Calamity Sword. It turned into a palm-sized dagger and lay flat in his palm. He smiled bitterly and said, "You also don't feel strong? You're still the best. You'll never leave me." However, the moment Chu Yang took out the Calamity Sword, the animal that looked like both a cat and a tiger suddenly trembled, as if it suddenly felt something unbelievable. Then it stood up with a whoosh. The next moment, it was already in front of Chu Yang. Its two eyes stared at the Calamity Sword without blinking. Its curled tail kept wagging. Deep in its eyes, it was actually moved, excited, and eager. Then it raised its head and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang could clearly see that this guy's eyes were actually slowly filled with tears. It was a kind of bitterness caused by extreme excitement. It was as if a loving couple who hadn't seen each other for 8 million years suddenly reunited on the war-torn streets. This kind of gaze even made Chu Yang shudder. This guy looks like a male. Why is he looking at me like this? What's going on? It can't be that he suddenly lost his mind, right? What's going on? What's wrong with you? Chu Yang asked dumbfoundedly. There was a bit of fear in his tone. He saw that guy slowly crawl in front of him. It rubbed its head against his trousers, sniffed, and whimpered. Its voice seemed to be filled with infinite sadness and disappointment. It raised its head again and looked at the Calamity Sword for a long time, motionless. Then it circled around her once, and its tears actually fell in a circle just like that. Patter, patter. What's going on? What's going on? Chu Yang was a bit stiff. How could a beast be so emotional? How could it have such rich emotions? It actually cried. After the animal that looked like both a cat and a tiger circled around Chu Yang, it raised its head and whimpered at Chu Yang. Then it nodded and said meow. Chu Yang almost fell over in shock. This guy that was even bigger than a tiger actually opened its mouth and meowed like a cat? Oh my God, what's going on? This world is chaotic and crazy. Even a tiger can meow like a cat. Could it be a foreign language? Then Chu Yang suddenly felt a clear message in his mind. Where did you get this sword? Chu Yang was startled and subconsciously answered, This sword is mine. After answering, he realized, Who was talking to me just now? Yours? The clear message continued with a heartfelt joy and an irrepressible excitement. Well, it's great. I've waited for so long. You just said that you want to be my partner? Do you want to treat me as a friend? Only then did Chu Yang realize. It turned out that the one who was communicating with him was actually this animal that looked like both a cat and a tiger on the ground. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry and said, You can speak human language? It actually knew more than 2 foreign languages. What a talent. Well, it should be a beast talent. The feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger rolled its eyes, and the message continued to come. You're really strange. Why did he find a successor like you? Your eyesight is really bad. Who? Who are you talking about? Chu Yang's heart almost stopped beating. It seemed that this beast's background was quite big. Humph. The feline said, Let's not talk about those useless things first. Let's just talk about whether what you just said is true or not. You just said that you want to go out with me to conquer the world? We are partners, friends, not a superior and subordinate relationship? Of course. Chu Yang only felt that his heart was thumping. Even he himself didn't know why he was so excited. I always keep my words. Yes. Immediately, Chu Yang felt an exceptionally pure power unfold in front of him. Then, the power of nothingness unexpectedly formed a clear oath in front of him. Equal brotherhood contract. Chu Yang still recognized this oath. As long as you sign it, we will be brothers from now on. You call me Big Brother, and I will be responsible for protecting you. The feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger's voice was incomparably lively. I will take you to create a legend. Create a legend. Chu Yang was stunned. He was completely stunned. Fuck, I came here to buy a spirit beast, but now I'm actually going to be taken in as a little brother by a spirit beast? If this were to spread out, Minister Chu might as well kill himself. Don't think about any lofty ambitions. You are already reduced to a spirit beast subordinate. How can you fight for hegemony in Jianghu? I can sign an equal oath. Chu Yang firmly shook his head. But I must be the big brother. The feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger had a face full of disdain and continued to send a message. How old are you? 20. What's wrong? Meow meow, do you know how old I am? You dare to say that you are the big brother at such a young age? Then how old are you? In any case, I am older than you. So, I am the big brother, and you are my little brother. That won't do. This thing is not based on age. Besides, I am a human. What's so great about a human? In any case, I must be the big brother. No, I want to be the big brother. I must be the big brother. Both sides argued in their minds for a while. Unexpectedly, both of them felt their faces turn red. This feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger obviously looked down on Chu Yang and continued to send a message. No, with your little cultivation, with your little achievements, you want to be my big brother? No matter what you say, the big brother must be me. That's settled. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Settled? You say it's settled. Who do you think you are? With your appearance, with your sloppy appearance, with your behavior that is neither like a cat nor a tiger, and that makes people suspicious, you want to be my boss. Wishful thinking. Let me tell you, the big brother must be me. Only when I say it will it count. Meow. What did you say? I am going to be angry. I am really going to be angry. A certain feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger jumped up and down. It was really hard to imagine that such a huge body could be so agile. Even a real cat was not as agile as this. I am the one who is going to be angry. Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's forget about it. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, as the saying goes, even half a sentence is too much when you can't see eye to eye with me. I certainly won't be your little brother. So, you don't need to be my big brother anymore. Let's part ways from here on. Let's go our separate ways. After that, he turned around and left without any reluctance. Whoosh! Somehow, that fellow had already blocked Chu Yang's way. His speed was really fast, like a ghost. He said in exasperation, "You are not allowed to leave. We haven't made it clear yet. Where are you going?" Seeing that this beast had such a terrifying speed, Chu Yang was also shocked. But being shocked was one thing, and he still had to reason. He said angrily, "You are not allowed to leave? Why should I listen to you? I will leave if I want to. We have already made it clear that we are going our separate ways. Why haven't we made it clear? Is there something wrong with your brain? Can't you understand human language?" The feline that looked like both a cat and a tiger said angrily, "You dare to say that I don't understand human language? Let me ask you, what am I going to do if you leave?" Chapter 1753. What are you going to do? Someone like you dares to say that ZJ can understand human language? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. You are destined to be a big brother. You are destined to have nothing to do with me. In the past, you won't have anything to do with me now. Don't tell me you can't live after I leave. Someone's big brother. The feline and tiger-like fellow meowed angrily. Anyway, you are not allowed to leave. Why don't you try leaving? This time, the unconscious manager seemed to show signs of waking up. He moaned softly. The feline and tiger-like fellow moved and appeared beside the manager again, like a ghost. Then he slapped him with his claws very savagely. It was as if he was venting. Pa! The head of a certain steward, who was already unconscious, suddenly tilted to the side. He was sent flying a distance of 30 to 40 feet before landing on the ground. 2 shiny teeth flew out of his mouth. Without any suspense, he once again fell into a deep coma. After doing all this, he flashed again and blocked in front of Chu Yang. not allowing him to leave. He looked a little anxious. The entire process seemed to have happened in the blink of an eye. Adding everything together, it did not even seem to have taken a single breath. This strength was enough to make a certain king of hell speechless. Could ZJ do it? The answer was obviously no. This fellow was so violent, and he actually knew how to slap. And he did it so smoothly. This made Chu Yang look at him in a new light. Such a clumsy and huge body, Chu Yang made a judgment. That beast pawed just now. If he slapped ZJ, it seemed that ZJ might not be able to dodge it. Did you see that? If you dare to leave, I'll make sure your flowers turn red today. Tell me, what do you want? I will definitely not call you Big Brother. Chu Yang was also on the verge of breaking down. Looking at the situation in front of him, if he left, ZJ would definitely not be able to leave. But if he stayed, he would most likely have to call him Big Brother? No, he was calling a spirit beast Big Brother. This was something that Chu Yang could not tolerate. Anyway, don't even think about leaving. This fellow was also on the verge of breaking down. It seemed to be very conflicted. Anyway, you have to call me Big Brother. If you don't call me Big Brother, don't even think about leaving. Call me Big Brother, and we will leave together. Get lost. If you want me to call you Big Brother, I will never call you Big Brother. Chu Yang was annoyed and walked away. Let's go our separate ways. He would rather be beaten to death than be scared to death. If ZJ was scared by someone, he would be scared to death. Calling him Big Brother? Is that Chu Yang? Was he still the legendary master of Calamity Sword? After taking 5 steps, Chu Yang realized that he couldn't move at all. The air around his body became incomparably viscous. It seemed that the word viscous was not very appropriate to describe it. It should be said that it had completely condensed into a substance. No matter how viscous the BJNG was, it was still mobile. Chu Yang couldn't even lift his leg. The sword spirit in the tribulation space suddenly widened his eyes. Unbelievable. What kind of situation is this? This was not something that any Shmi beast could do. No, even if it was a human, how many people could do it? Could it be the legendary space freezing? It couldn't be. ZJ was a lazy fellow that he didn't even take a second look at. How could he have such unfathomable strength? This Shmi was too crazy. Even a beast could be so domineering and insufferably arrogant. Chu Yang was trapped. He couldn't move even a little bit. However, he didn't panic. You want to follow me? Sure. You have to call me Big Brother. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Otherwise, don't even think about following me. You can trap my body, but can you trap my heart? The cat and tiger spirit beast's throat kept gurgling. The Calamity Sword in Chu Yang's hand shone brightly. It looked at the Calamity Sword with more and more admiration and attachment. Then, when it saw Chu Yang's uncompromising expression, it had no choice but to lower its head. After all, the situation was stronger than the person. The initiative was in this small hand. All right, I'll let you off easy. Let's sign a partnership contract. You can do whatever you want, but I have a condition. The cat and tiger spirit beast said. Shmi condition? Chu Yang asked cautiously. Actually, it's not a condition. You have to call me by my name in the future. The cat and tiger spirit beast said. What? What did you say? You're saying that you want me to call you by your name in the future. Chu Yang was now very suspicious. Was there a problem with ZJ's comprehension ability, or was there a problem with this fellow's ability to organize his words? This is called a Shmi condition. If I call you by your name, I have to call you by your name. If I don't call you by your name, how can I call you by your name? Is this fellow a Shmi beast? Yes, this is the condition. Tell me if it's okay or not. The cat and tiger spirit beast said. Rugwa, if this is your condition, then I'll be magnanimous and promise you. Chu Yang said in a very graceful and elegant manner. You agreed. You promise me. If you go back on your word, don't worry. I won't go back on my word. As long as you listen to me in the future, I'll call you by your name. Then it's a deal. The cat and tiger spirit beast raised its head. I'll listen to you in the future, but you have to call me by my name when you call me by my name. My name is Big Brother Tiger. Remember to call me by my name. Fuck. Chu Yang was speechless again. It seemed that ZJ was played by a certain tiger. No wonder he brought up such a condition. So he was waiting for me to beat him up? His name is Big Brother Tiger? Why don't you call me Master Tiger? Oh heavens, oh earth. Could it be that I, the Tribulation Sword Master, was tricked by a spirit beast? But this fellow is actually a tiger? There's actually a tiger with a mouth full of meowing in this world. He glanced sideways and said, Big Brother Tiger? You're a tiger? The way I see it, you're just a kitten at best. A slightly bigger kitten. The cat and tiger spirit beast flew into a rage. I'm a tiger, not a big cat. Also, when you call me by my name, you have to call me Big Brother Tiger. Meow. Chu Yang was speechless. Although he was depressed, he was secretly delighted. This was because Chu Yang had completely sensed the tyrannical strength of this guy when he displayed his might just now. Moreover, this tyrannical strength was suppressed with all his might, so it wouldn't be surprising if it was only 1/100th of his true strength. This astonishing strength made Chu Yang feel apprehensive. However, Chu Yang couldn't figure out why such a powerful spirit beast would appear here. Why would such a powerful spirit beast talk to the government so nicely? Why would such a powerful spirit beast acknowledge ZJ so quickly? Chu Yang could only vaguely confirm that there was definitely something going on with Tribulation Sword. Tribulation Sword. It should be the source of all the mysteries. He bit his index finger. A drop of dark red blood seeped out and entered the spirit beast contract circle made by Big Brother Tiger first. The blood seemed to have entered water. It gradually spread and quickly blended in. The rules of a spirit beast contract were as such. The blood that entered first was bigger. Bigger. Chu Yang's blood entered first, which meant that Chu Yang had the absolute dominant position in the contract circle. Big Brother Tiger looked unwillingly at Chu Yang's blood seeping into the circle. That cat's face revealed a clear, human-like annoyance. Then it suddenly circulated its energy and forced out a drop of blood from its forehead. It entered the contract circle. In the blink of an eye, an invisible storm began to spread. In the clouds, the #1 general of the Eastern Royal Heavens Oath Department, who had nothing to do and wished that something would happen to pass the time, looked down in boredom. The continent, which he thought was ordinary and rarely had anything major happen, was suddenly sent tumbling by the powerful aura of the Oath of the Eastern Royal Heavens. It rolled around in the air like an embroidered ball. It kept spitting out blood. In the end, it had no strength to struggle. It was just rolling around in the clouds in an extremely sorry state. Slowly, it was almost at its last breath. How can this be? What's going on? What the hell happened? This #1 general of the Oath Department revealed a sincere fear in his eyes. He wanted to find out what went wrong, but he couldn't find out what happened. What kind of contract is this? Even I can't preside over it? It wants to destroy me, the one who presides over the contract? And it's going straight to heaven and earth? What is this? This #1 general asked in a low voice in pain and confusion, but his divine sense was slowly falling into unconsciousness. According to the rules, Chu Yang and Brother Tiger had to get the approval of the Oath Department to officially sign the contract. So, the power of the oath rushed into the sky, seeking to be a witness. But the Oath Department clearly didn't have the strength to witness the oath with such a powerful existence. So it suffered a backlash from the power of the oath. In the end, this supervisor of the Oath Department fell unconscious. No, not only did he not wake up, but it seemed like he was about to die from the impact. The power of the oath rushed to an unknown height. Then, an invisible force returned from the vast sky, entering Chu Yang and Brother Tiger's bodies and divine sense like lightning. since no one could preside over the contract. Let heaven and earth bear witness and preside over it. As for the supervisor of the Oaths Division, who was known as the #1 general, his soul was about to collapse. Fortunately, the power of the Oaths Division came and went quickly. It did not make things difficult for him. If his soul was really destroyed, he would have completely disappeared. However, this general's condition was still very dangerous. If he couldn't be treated quickly, he would still die. In his last moments, his last bit of clarity told him that there was only one person in this land. Or there was someone who could treat and save ZJ. That was ZJ's last hope, his only hope. And now, with his last bit of clarity, his divine sense wouldn't allow him to go too far. That's the only place that's close to me. Almost unconsciously, he tumbled and fell from the sky. With his last bit of clarity, he locked onto the target of ZJ's fall. Then he completely lost his consciousness. Everything will be left to heaven's will. Chapter 1754. In the Eastern Royal Skies Oaths Department, the governor of the Oaths Department, whose cultivation base was unfathomable, was currently drinking tea with the Prime Minister. He had spent a great deal of effort to invite the Prime Minister over. Update P. The governor of the Oaths Division had prepared countless questions for the Prime Minister. He swore that he would dig out some valuable information from the Prime Minister today. He had been walking on thin ice for the past few days. It was simply too unbearable. Prime Minister, I say that you're just giving me a little hint, right? It's more or less meaningful. The governor of the Oaths Division smiled flatteringly and poured tea for the Prime Minister. It's not that I can't, but I really can't. The Prime Minister sipped his tea calmly. Sigh, Prime Minister. The governor of the Oaths Division was about to shamelessly persuade the Prime Minister, when suddenly his body shook and he sat there in a daze. Hey! The Prime Minister was stunned. What's wrong? The governor sat there in a daze. His face was deathly pale, and he didn't look much better than a dead person. This change came too suddenly, and there were no signs at all. However, the bigger change was yet to come. In the next moment, he suddenly started bleeding from his 7 orifices. With a wah sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, which turned into a bloody mist. With a gurong sound, he fell on his back and stopped breathing. The Prime Minister jumped in fright. Ah, what's going on? Could it be that this fellow didn't come here to threaten me with his death? If I don't tell him the truth, he'll commit suicide. This isn't forcing me. Fuck, I've never seen anything like this before. You're the governor of the Oaths Division and one of the top experts in the Eastern Royal Sky. How can you use such a despicable method? Is it worth it? What's the meaning of hurting yourself and others? For a moment, the Prime Minister was extremely conflicted. Therefore, after beating his chest and patting his back, he finally woke up the governor. Before he could say anything, he saw the governor looking at the Prime Minister in a daze. The governor said something that made the Prime Minister's heart skip a beat. Prime Minister, please quickly investigate whether the Saint Monarch and the Heavenly Devil Emperor have come to the Eastern Royal Heaven and made a vow for the duel in the Eastern Royal Heaven. This matter is very important and cannot be delayed. If it's delayed, I'm afraid it will ruin everything. When the Prime Minister heard this news, he only felt his head buzzing, and he almost felt the world spinning around him in an instant. He immediately dashed out of the Prime Minister. Not a single trace of the senility from before could be seen as he disappeared with a whoosh. If it was really those two people, half of the Eastern Royal Sky would be destroyed by them, and only those two people could put the governor in such a difficult position. The governor panted heavily, his face pale. It was clear that he still had some lingering fear. If not for His Majesty's royal aura protecting him, wouldn't he have, damn it? Who came to the Eastern Royal Sky to mess around? That scared this old man to death. Are they trying to kill this old man on purpose? Just the power of the Oaths Division almost killed me. I'm a heavenly human. Even in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, I'm one of the top experts after a long time. The Prime Minister came back with a gloomy face. The Governor-General asked impatiently, Prime Minister, Which two almighties have come to our territory? Are there going to be a battle between realms? Hurry up and tell me. Don't let this official make wild guesses. The Prime Minister's face was about to be flattened. He was unable to restrain his anger. Bullshit cross-border battle. Almighty your head. Nothing happened at all. You old bastard, you're trying to kill me. This Prime Minister is not done with you. How could he not be angry? Just now, when the Prime Minister saw how anxious the governor was, he naturally believed half of it. How could he dare to be negligent? He hurriedly went out to inquire about the whereabouts of the Lord Saint, the Sky Devil Emperor, and the other sovereigns. If it was really as the governor's judgment, it would be good to make preparations early. However, the answers he got were very uniform. The lords were in the palace. They didn't go out. Then there were questions and vigilance from all sides. May I ask what's your intention for asking about the Lord's whereabouts? What's my intention? What do you mean by asking about the Lord's whereabouts? The Prime Minister was dumbfounded on the spot. Damn it, what's my intention? I was still tricked by that thing. Nothing happened. You really found out? The governor was stunned. Of course nothing happened. The Prime Minister was furious. What can happen? How can nothing happen? The governor was completely stunned. I was clearly injured by the power of the oath just now. Didn't you see it just now? The Prime Minister flicked his sleeves and left. I think you're clearly not injured enough. I can make you more injured. You old bastard. I've been nice to you all these years, but I've really spoiled you. You made up such a lie, and you scared me silly. The governor chased after him with a bitter face. Prime Minister, please listen to me. It's really... Before he could finish, the Prime Minister had disappeared without a trace. The governor sat on the threshold of the door, wanting to cry, but having no tears. I'm so fucking innocent. Who is the one who made such a big commotion? Are they trying to play me to death? What the fuck is this? The next day, the Prime Minister issued an edict on behalf of His Majesty. The governor of the Division of Oaths neglected his duty. All officials of the Division of Oaths would be fined 1 year's salary. Moreover, their workload would be doubled from then on. A supervisory body would be set up to supervise the work of the Division of Oaths at all times. Any slight negligence would be severely punished. As soon as this edict was issued, the Division of Oaths was filled with wails and complaints. Obviously, a certain Prime Minister was abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge. The Division of Oaths would be plunged into darkness from now on. Chu Yang finally completed the contract. Immediately, he flew into a rage. Because when a spirit beast signed a contract, it was destined to reveal its true form. Chu Yang would never have thought that this 30-feet-tall guy, who lazily called himself Brother Tiger, would actually be so unexpected a small and exquisite spirit beast was floating in front of him. That's right, small and exquisite. Yes, it had straight ears, sly eyes with distinct black and white. Its body was covered in colorful fur, and it had a noble and majestic purple aura. However, it was really a little fellow that was at least 100 times smaller than before. It was only the size of a palm. This time, it didn't look like a cat or a tiger. It completely looked like a cat and not a tiger. Your brother Tiger? Chu Yang looked at this little fellow and had the urge to faint on the spot. Yes, this is Brother Tiger's valiant and mighty image. Perfect, right? The little fellow combed its beard complacently. Chu Yang's vision went black and he staggered twice. I really thought you were that big. In the end, you're a little fellow that's not even half a kilogram. Okay, I admit it. Anyway, since I came to this territory, misfortune has never left me. Chu Yang said, "Come here, Brother Tiger. I'll carry you. You're so small. Don't pretend to be a big guy. What are you talking about? How can my mighty brother Tiger be carried away by someone else? This is blasphemy. This is blasphemy and contempt." Brother Tiger shook the colorful tiger fur on its body. I want the sky above my head, the earth beneath my feet, the universe with a smile, and the universe with disdain, the contract was completed. Brother Tiger landed on the ground again. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original huge size. Chu Yang was speechless. The sword spirit was in a daze. Chu Yang and Brother Tiger began to walk out valiantly and spiritedly. Along the way, Brother Tiger walked with a majestic gait. Chu Yang followed beside it, his face a little red, because the contract was signed. But who exactly was this man? Chu Yang didn't know at all. How much fighting power did he have? Chu Yang didn't know either. If he went to the Spirit Beast game market, could he win? Chu Yang still didn't know he signed it in a daze. And he almost became the Spirit Beast's little brother. Thinking of this, Chu Yang was a little speechless and depressed. Oh heavens, oh earth! At this moment, order had been restored in the Spirit Beast Trading Center. It was all because of the appearance of the Purple Firmament Tower. As Chu Yang kept the Purple Firmament Tower, the spiritual energy naturally disappeared without a trace. Once the source of the disturbance was gone, the spirit beasts turned from restless to lonely. It was a little human-like and at a loss. With the management of the trading center, the chaos naturally calmed down. When the chaos subsided and order was restored, everyone returned to their normal line of thought. Almost everyone, whether it was the staff of the trading center or the guests who had yet to leave, all had their eyes focused on Chu Yang and Brother Tiger. They walked out valiantly and spiritedly. This scene indisputably caused another sensation in an instant. Damn! This. What's going on? Did I see wrongly? I'm really speechless. It's actually that trash spirit beast. No, wild beast was sold today. Someone actually bought that wild beast. What did they buy it for? To kill it and eat its meat? Strange things happen every day. How can it be as strange as today? Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Nothing is too strange in this world. Today I saw another surprise. No, it should be a legend. It's indeed a legend. Someone actually spent money on this wild beast. There's simply no limit to prodigal, no limit to hedonistic, no limit to idiotic. It's really too awesome. To be able to spend money on this, besides being prodigal, hedonistic, and idiotic, it's also a kind of courage. Courage my ass. This is a waste of money. Stupid people have too much money. Who can do anything about it? Wait, I seem to know that person. Oh right, isn't that Zhen Yukai? Zhen Yukai? The Zhen Yukai who's been popular in the Spirit Beast Trading Center recently? The legendary, most famous Big Brother wealth disperser? Yes. What the hell, I was wondering who was so awesome. So it's Zhen Yukai. That's right. Other than him, who can be so talented? Discerning eyes, yes, it should be discerning eyes that recognize spirit beasts, recognize wild beasts. Chapter 1755. Among the sounds of ridicule, there were of course different voices. Nonsense. What kind of eyesight does he have? He must have an all-seeing eye for spiritual beasts. This time there's no accident at all. I reckon that Zhen Yukai is most likely going to use this super spiritual beast to win back his capital. A windfall from the sky. A windfall from the sky to a person. Those who don't take it are going against the will of the heavens. How can the heavens defy the will of the heavens? I'm going to prepare the money. Today, I have to do a good job. Yes, a heaven-sent opportunity. Ha, let's go together. It had to be said that Chu Yang's incarnation of Zhen Yukai had become a new celebrity in Xixia City during this period of time. As for the fact that the origin of such a wealthy man was unknown, in the Heaven Imperial Court, many warriors wandered around the Jianghu. There were many people with unknown origins. They disappeared after appearing for a while, so no one really cared about them. As the saying goes, even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Besides, this Zhen Yukai was very rich. It wasn't strange that he was rich. The most important thing was that he was very good at losing. Such a foolish person had a lot of money. How could people not like him when he was so rich? Chu Yang walked out with Brother Hu. A certain person's face was full of black lines. He had to forcibly restrain himself so that no one could see it. This was truly a great sorrow. Fuck, am I really so famous now? Isn't it just losing money for 7 or 8 nights in a row? Why is it so well known? Are they all a bunch of paupers who haven't seen money in half their lives? Minister Chu curled his lips and walked out disdainfully with his head held high and chest out. Behind him, countless smart people began to make small calculations in their hearts. Should I also buy a spiritual beast to enter the Spiritual Beast Gaming Center? Should I go and fight with this foolish but rich Shin Yukai? That money is simply equivalent to the wind blowing. Immediately, someone put this idea into action. When one person moved, the others followed. In an instant, the Spiritual Beast Trading Center was extremely popular. Even many of the trash spiritual beasts that had been accumulated for a long time were sold out today. No matter how trashy the spiritual beast was, as long as it fought with Zhen Yotsai's spiritual beast, it was also 100% certainty. After the event, the sales volume of today's Spiritual Beast Trading Center was dozens of times higher than usual. He really didn't know if today was a day of great disaster for the Spirit Beast Trading Center, a day of great fortune, or a day of great miracle. Chu Yang walked out of the trading area and was about to go back when he suddenly heard a sneer, and a voice called out, "It's this small one. Stop him for this young master." Whoosh! Suddenly, a group of people surrounded him. Chu Yang was stunned. Who did I offend this time? That can't be. When I first came here, I didn't know more than 10 people. When I was in the men's hall, there was no business. Either that, or they were trying to save someone. I could only lose in the casino. Today was the first time I came out to spend money. Why did they come looking for me again? Could it be that this heavenly song is really my nemesis? Everything was going wrong. The crowd parted, and a few boys and girls walked out. Their faces were full of arrogance as they looked at Chu Yang. One of them said with a complacent smile, "Little one, don't worry. You didn't expect this, did you? Mountains and rivers will meet again. We have met again. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Are you good at shouting? Why don't you try shouting again?" Chu Yang instantly understood. It turned out to be the boys and girls who were choosing spirit beasts inside just now. When Chu Yang shouted with his cultivation just now, the 5 of them were scared out of their wits and ran away. They came back to find trouble. This time, Jin Yukai is in trouble. No matter how much money he has, he can't fight with forces like the Jin clan, Wu clan, and Li clan of Xia City. He actually provoked the most foppish people in one go, and even added a girl. These 3 guys are not to be trifled with. Look at this time. Zhen Yukai is going to lose a lot of money. The onlookers whispered. Chu Yang didn't reveal anything, and he listened carefully. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just to shout at you. Is there a need to make such a big fuss and come looking for trouble? Chu Yang snorted and said, "What? Oldroar, you guys think highly of you and you're not happy? Do you want to lose a lot of money to me before you give up?" This sentence was obviously taken out of context by Chu Yang. He changed the concept of the troublemakers and twisted the direction. Foppish people weren't scary, but foppish people were. And these people in front of him could be seen through at a glance. They were definitely the kind who couldn't take this kind of anger. They had no self-restraint and were impatient. Chu Yang was absolutely sure that he could play them in the palm of his hand with a few words. As for killing them, Chu Yang was still reluctant, because these people in front of him were all sources of wealth, rolling in wealth. Jin Xingxin smiled cruelly. "Lose money to you? What are you dreaming about? See if I don't tear you apart alive." Behind him, a martial artist reminded him in a low voice, "Fifth Duke, this person is the money spreader, Zhen Yukai. He has lost a lot of money in this period of time, no less than 10 million. But his expression didn't change at all. Many people have guessed that he is very likely to be the young duke of some big corporation. Now, many people are aiming to bet with him on spirit beasts. Being able to bet with him is equivalent to a windfall from the sky. Oh, it's him." Jin Xingxin's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he himself was a foppish person, he could not know the name of a super foppish person like Shin Yukai. That was a guy who was far more prodigal than himself, so Jin Xingxin changed his mind instantly. No one would dislike a windfall that fell from the sky. Then he whispered a few words to the few people around him. He saw the other two nodding excitedly. Their faces showed a wretched smile of blessing from the heavens. Obviously, they agreed with Jin Xingxin's decision. Although they were from aristocratic families and were used to being domineering, they didn't have much pocket money in their hands. Perhaps it was a huge number for ordinary people, but for them, it was often a little hard to make ends meet. At this moment, they were lucky enough to meet a super rich person like Zhen Yukai, who was also super prodigal. It was like a pie falling from the sky. After all, it was very difficult to meet a fool with a lot of money. So the attitude of Jin Xingxin and the others immediately changed 180 degrees. Wasn't it just being yelled at? How big of a deal was it? This time, they were just here to look for some face. If they could get millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions just because of this yelling, then why not? So Duke Jin's tone changed immediately. Lose money to you? You're daydreaming, ha ha ha. It's daytime now. It's really a good time to daydream. When night comes, you won't have any daydreams to daydream. The chances of you losing to me are probably higher. Great, he immediately acted according to Chu Yang's script. Do you think Chu Yang's luck is good? Or good? Or good? Chu Yang was happy in his heart. He laughed arrogantly, showing his super prodigal character. I will lose to you. I'm daydreaming. If it was before, there would be some possibility. But now, I already have my own spirit beast. A super invincible spirit beast. Then he patted Brother Tiger's head insolently and said loudly, with this new partner of mine, from now on, I will only win money and not lose. Invincible Tiger. Big Brother Tiger grunted contentedly, indicating that he liked to hear those words. What a good, invincible tiger. Just based on these words, this big brother had a lot of foresight and knowledge. In an instant, the people on the opposite side also saw Chu Yang's spirit beast clearly. Instantly, they roared with laughter. Speaking of Brother Tiger, as long as one was a regular customer of the Spirit Beast Trading Center, almost all of them knew about him. Of course, who didn't know that this was a harmless guy? It seemed that this guy had been sitting in the Spirit Beast Trading Center for a long time and no one cared about him. It seemed that he wasn't even a spirit beast. Actually, they wanted to rely on him to win money. There was also Invincible Tiger. It seemed that this guy was only a little stronger than a cat, and that was because of his size. If one only looked at his laziness, he might not even be able to beat a cat. Since Duke Zhan wants to fight, then I will. As you wish, I'll bet with you. Jin Xingxin laughed. Tonight, in the Spirit Beast Trading Center, I'll let your spirit beast compete. As long as you win, whatever you yelled at me will be written off. Chu Yang said disdainfully, Bah, how can there be such an easy thing? Old Roar, I think highly of you, but you still have the nerve to bet? You really haven't seen the world, gambling with real swords and spears. Have you ever been a gambler? If I lose, I'll give you money. Isn't it just money? I have it. Jin Xingxin roared. Then how much is the bet? Chu Yang snorted. If it's too little, I won't be interested. Then how much do you want to bet? Jin Xingxin was even more excited. Say it, say it. I'm not afraid of the bet being big. I'm only afraid that you won't bet. The more the better. The bigger the bet, the better. I'm going to be rich this time. I got Brother Tiger today. Invincible Tiger, victory is in my hands. At least 100. Chu Yang smiled. Purple cloud coins. Okay. Jin Xingxin was suddenly speechless. 100 purple cloud coins? It didn't seem like much, but when converted, it was a whole 10 billion water cloud coins. Just for a bet? This was a bit too much. Although Jin Xingxin was the 5th master of the Jin clan, he really couldn't take out such a large sum of money by himself. You don't dare to bet? Chu Yang laughed. In that case, I won't keep you company. Think about it. You can find me at the Spirit Beast game field tonight. Laughing, Chu Yang took Brother Tiger, one man and one beast, separated the crowd, and left with majestic steps. Suddenly, a seemingly weak but very clear voice came. Bah! I thought some aristocratic master was so arrogant that he couldn't even take out such a small amount of money, wasting so much time. Forget it. Not everyone can be like you. Let's go, Brother Tiger. Let's go recharge and face the countless battles in the future in our best condition. Everyone looked at Brother Tiger behind Chu Yang, their eyes spitting fire. With this trashy spirit beast, any other spirit beast would have been able to win. But the problem was they didn't have so much money to bet. This bastard Jin Yukai. Why did he learn to be smart today? Chapter 1756. Fuck, it's a windfall, but you're a money rake. The crowd was depressed. Fifth, Brother Jean, if you can make the decision, we can pool the money together. Wu Jiagong, Wu Xiaoshin hurried over. That's right. The three of us can pool the money together. Li Mingyu waved his fists. Even if I say shit, I can't be looked down upon by others, especially by a nouveau riche. Humph. Novel chapters are the fastest to update. Jin Xingxin's face was gloomy as he said angrily, No need, no need. I thank everyone for your help. But I alone am enough to deal with him. I don't want everyone to take the risk. How dare he look down on me? He's courting death. If I don't make him bankrupt this time, he won't be able to survive in Xixia City anymore. With that, he left in a huff, seemingly in a huff. The remaining two people snorted at the same time. Acting cool? If you want to keep it all to yourself, then keep it to yourself. Why do you have to pretend to be so righteous? You're actually worried about us taking the risk. How can you be so kind-hearted? Who doesn't want to help you? You think we really want to help you? We just want a share of the profits, as long as it's a person. Even an idiot would think that he would win this time. How could Jin Xingxin agree to let others pool the money together? I guess Jin Xingxin went home to get the money. What should we do? Li Mingyue was clearly very unwilling to let the 30 purple coins that were almost in her hand slip away just like that. This amount was really not small. 3 years of pocket money was not even that much. There's no other way. Wu Xiaoshin sighed. The only hope is that Jin Xingxin loses. Then the two of us can take action. If he wins this battle, even if we continue to gamble with him, we can only win a small amount of money. You still expect that beast to win? How can he win? Me too. Don't you think there's a chance? Damn you, Jin Xingxin. You're a selfish man. The two of them cursed loudly, seeing that such a great opportunity to make money was about to slip through their fingers. The resentment in their stomachs was about to explode to the sky. Along the way, Chu Yang's bad luck seems to have disappeared. He had just accepted Brother Tiger as his disciple, and Brother Tiger's disciple, Brother Tiger's disciple, Brother Tiger's disciple. Then, someone rushed over to deliver the money. If this wasn't good luck, then what was? Wasn't this what the heavens wanted? Brother Hu, you're my lucky one. May I ask, where did you come from? Why are you lingering here? Chu Yang asked. About that, I actually sensed a very familiar aura about 20 days ago. That's why I traveled 21,500 kilometers to get here. In the end, I came here and spent an entire day looking for you. I didn't expect to meet you, Tiger said casually. However, there was a hint of melancholy in his voice. Chu Yang was startled. 203,000 li? A whole day of Shan? Brother Hu? Even in the Double Heavens continent, even with Chu Yang's current cultivation, it would take him less than a day. Even if he rushed with all his might, he would not be able to complete 10,000 li, let alone in the Double Heavens imperial court. Moreover, it was 21,500 li. Yet, Brother Hu only used 1 day to walk 21,500 li in the Double Heavens imperial court. And he even strolled over. How many planes of restriction did he pass through? How many plates did he pass through? With Brother Hu's speed, he would have chosen to pass through in a straight line. But passing through in a straight line. 21,500 li. What a huge number. An entire day. How could it be so fucking long? Chu Yang felt a little dizzy from the dizziness. What did you sense the aura? Chu Yang asked. Isn't it the aura of your sword? Tiger said melancholy. At first, I thought it was. Halfway through its sentence, it suddenly stopped. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He let out a long, sad sigh. The aura of this sword? Chu Yang was a little puzzled. Does this sword have an aura unique to it? The Calamity Sword was a magical item. Chu Yang was already aware of this. However, he did not understand. Or rather, he did not understand. Did this sword still carry some kind of unique aura? Don't doubt it, don't doubt it. It's an aura unique to the world. Brother Hu's voice became solemn, respectful, and admiring. This kind of aura in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, in the entire universe. He is definitely the second person in the world who has this kind of aura. Oh, who is that person? Chu Yang was shocked. He thought of the person who gave the black-yellow divine fruit to Zhan. This person is my benefactor. Tears dripped from Tiger's eyes. He was extremely sad. It's a pity that my abilities are too weak. I know that I'm not worthy to be by his side. If my abilities were 30, 50, 70, 80 times stronger, perhaps cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang coughed. You know that you're not worthy to be by his side, so you reluctantly follow me. Chu Yang was like a piece of trash to him. Humph, if it wasn't for this sword, if it wasn't for that person's aura, do you think I'd choose to follow you? Not to mention acknowledging you as my big brother. Go and be happy. Tiger rolled his eyes in disdain. I'll endure. I'll endure. I'll endure. Chu Yang swallowed his saliva and interrupted Brother Tiger. I say, that person also called you Brother Tiger? Tiger immediately became embarrassed and said, How am I worthy? Speaking of which, he was the one who gave me my name. From then on, other than him, no one else is allowed to call me by my name. Chu Yang was very interested. He gave you a name? His name? Little Z. Tiger said proudly. Little... Chu Yang shuddered and suddenly thought of Zi Xieching, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose in his heart. He hurriedly said, Stop, your name has a history. Then I'll call you Tiger. Little Z, I really can't call you that. If I really do, I'm afraid I'll be torn to pieces, Tiger said disdainfully. I also didn't intend to let you call me that. Do you think you're worthy? At least you know your place. Remember to call me Big Brother Hu. Big Brother who will protect you. Chu Yang was so angry that his stomach was full of shit. I say, then are you a spirit beast of Shmi level? Chu Yang asked hopefully. Such a spirit beast. A powerful existence that could easily traverse 213,000 miles in a day. Was it heaven level? Or saint level? According to Chu Yang's guess, it was definitely saint level. But Tiger's answer made Chu Yang break down. I'm not a spirit beast. Do I look like a spirit beast to you? Your Shmi eyes? Not only is your cultivation trashy, even your eyesight is bad. Tiger grinned. Not a spirit beast. Chu Yang staggered. The sword spirit, who was in the space of tribulation, added, I told you you're not a spirit beast. My eyesight can't be wrong. I'm a Xian beast. Tiger said proudly, Spirit beasts are nothing in my eyes. Xian beast? Xian beast is a Shmi level existence. Shmi level? Shmi level. Chu Yang was completely dizzy. How did another Xian beast appear out of the blue? Xian beast is a very powerful existence. Extremely powerful. Tiger said proudly, As far as I know, I'm the only Xian beast on this Shmi level. Only I'm a Xian beast. Ah, Chu Yang was speechless. Sigh, the space I was in at the beginning. One day, a run shattered. Using the energy my benefactor gave me, I wrapped myself in it and was lucky enough to escape. I drifted in the space turbulence for who knows how many years before I finally arrived here. Brother, who said in a sorrowful voice, "My once heaven-defying cultivation is now almost completely destroyed." Ah. Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. What did he mean by that? Almost completely destroyed. Didn't that mean, if I can find my benefactor, I will definitely be able to recover quickly? But if I can't, with just you. Brother Tiger looked at Chu Yang and said, "I really don't know how long it will take for me to recover my strength. You're seriously injured?" Chu Yang was completely stunned. "Nonsense. If I wasn't injured, would you have signed a contract with me? With your cultivation, humph." Tiger growled in a low voice. Then, Chu Yang said speechlessly, "I'll take the liberty to ask, can you beat other spirit beasts? For example, the ones in the trading center. If I can't beat them, I'm really going to lose everything. Are you insulting me? Looking down on me? That's a blatant suspicion. You're so ignorant. How can you judge the great Brother Tiger's strength?" Brother Tiger was enraged. "Just based on their strength? I can defeat them with a fart. Then can you beat Earth-grade spirit beasts?" Chu Yang asked fearlessly. "You're insulting me." Tiger continued to rage. "Just Earth-grade spirit beasts? Then can you beat Heaven-grade spirit beasts?" "Get lost. I'm going to die from anger. Just Heaven-grade spirit beasts." Tiger was so angry that he was foaming at the mouth. "Then can you beat Saint-grade spirit beasts?" Chu Yang was even more excited. "Nonsense. Of course I can." Tiger was full of confidence. "Then I'm relieved." Chu Yang could finally let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as he could earn money. I'm talking about my peak strength. Tiger suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When I was at my peak, the so-called Saint-grade spirit beasts here, I could send them flying with a slap. Chu Yang immediately sensed something amiss. "What about now?" "Now?" Tiger hung his head dejectedly. "Now they can send me flying with a slap. Fuck!" Chu Yang cursed angrily, but at least there was some comfort. He could beat Heaven-grade spirit beasts. Yes, YGNG was not bad. Along the way, Chu Yang asked Tiger cautiously, "Brother Tiger, are you willing to fight with them?" Tiger was startled. He stopped and turned his head to look at Chu Yang. There was a reevaluation in his eyes. From this sentence, it was very obvious that it hurt a kind of respect. He respected ZJ's choice. Chapter 17:57. If I say no, what will you do? Brother Tiger asked solemnly. Baidu Search School Library P.O.M. Then I will think of another way. Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, "Money does not have to come from here." Why? Brother Tiger asked strangely. He did not realize that in these words there was a strange emotion that he had not felt for a long time. He lowered his head, not letting Chu Yang see the hope in his eyes, but only he knew in his heart that he was waiting for an answer. "What do you mean by why?" Chu Yang said strangely, "Because you are different from those spirit beasts in the spirit beast arena. You are now my partner. We have just signed a partnership contract, don't you know?" Brother Tiger did not speak. "Since we are partners, of course I have to respect your choice." Chu Yang said, "If you do not agree to fight with these low-level spirit beasts, then what is the point of me forcing you? Partners are not subordinates, nor are they slaves. They are not things that I can order around. We have to discuss everything. You are very clear on this point. Why are you still asking why?" Brother Tiger lowered his head, and his throat made some noises. After a long time, he said in a low voice that was almost inaudible, "Actually, I also want to go to the beast arena for a while to fight a few rounds." "Haha, it is just for some memories in my heart." He said these words very softly and vaguely. Chu Yang did not hear him clearly. He asked, "What did you say?" Brother Tiger suddenly raised his head and laughed. "Of course I want to go." Ha ha ha. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, I love it the most. Every time I see those fellows who think they can eat me suddenly feel that they have hit the nail on the head, and their eyes reveal a look of disbelief before they die. My heart is as sweet as eating honey. Ha ha ha. A burst of wild laughter. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. This guy, he is actually as sinister as me. That's good. Let's play the pig to eat the tiger together. Roar. Meow. One man and one beast continued to walk. Chu Yang thought in his heart, Brother Tiger seems to have something on his mind. Or is he feeling something? I feel that he is not very happy. Why? I have to think of a way to make it happy. Brother Tiger thought in his heart. This Chu Yang is really not bad. Just because of this respect, my intentions are not in vain. Hey, benefactor, where are you? She really missed that short reunion. Chu Yang circled around and came to a secluded place. Then he quietly changed his appearance. Then he completely ignored Tiger's objections and forced it to return to its original size, the size of a palm, and put it in his arms. He hurried back to the men's hall. At this moment, Fishy was completely flustered. Teacher Cat was extremely depressed. He had been meditating in his room with a heavy heart, but he couldn't calm his heart down. He walked around the courtyard uneasily. He hadn't even walked around twice when a person suddenly fell from the sky. Very accurately and heavily, it landed on the cat teacher's head. What the hell? Meow meow, it hurts so much. Who the hell is attacking me? You're pissing me off, meow. She actually didn't notice it in advance. Moreover, a big bruise appeared on the cat's head after being hit by that person. This time, it actually looked like a unicorn. I'm going to fight it out with you, meow. Teacher Cat was knocked unconscious for a long time before he got up. Just as he was about to get angry, he found that the person who fell from the sky didn't need to fight anymore. At this moment, he was already bleeding from all 7 orifices and unconscious. His face was as pale as paper. He was on the verge of death. His life was in danger. He was about to die. This instantly extinguished the fishy anger that soared to the sky. He tried to kick him twice, but there was no reaction at all. With his experience and eyesight, he could see that this person was really injured and dying. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be completely finished soon. This is the biggest joke in the world, the Tank Dynasty of the world. Meow. Teacher Cat cursed. There is actually such a suicidal attack from the sky. Cursing was just cursing. Teacher Mao still held his nose and carried the guy who fell from the sky into the room. This was Teacher Cat. If it was anyone else, even if they didn't immediately stab this guy, they would at least throw him far away. After all, a dead person meant trouble, and a seriously injured person was even more troublesome. However, Teacher Cat still had the style of an ancient person. To help those in distress, he drew his sword to help. First, he tried to straighten the guy's bones. Teacher Cat found that something was wrong. This guy almost broke his own bones, but he didn't seem to be hurt at all. His bones didn't even seem to be slightly dislocated. What a tough guy, Teacher Cat sighed. Teacher Cat had the spirit of saving the dying and helping the injured. He transferred his own cultivation to this guy to help him heal. However, he found that this person's meridians were like a bottomless pit. After he transferred his cultivation, there was no reaction at all. According to Teacher Cat's judgment, based on the current situation, even if he drained himself dry and died of exhaustion, this person might not wake up. Damn it! What kind of person is this? Teacher Cat stopped and didn't dare to act rashly. In desperation, he could only feed this guy a healing pill. However, Teacher Cat knew that this pill was completely inadequate. In the current situation, he could only hope that Chu Yang would return, and this guy would still be alive. If this guy couldn't hold on, Teacher Cat was afraid that he wouldn't even have the strength to help him wait. Fortunately, even though this fellow was seriously injured and looked like he could not catch his breath and could die at any time, his vitality was abnormally strong. Although the last bit of fire in his heart was faint, it would not be extinguished. It was like a candle in the wind, swaying and swaying. It was clearly dim, but it would not be extinguished. His will to live is really amazing. Teacher Cat sighed in admiration. Every now and then, Teacher Cat would run out to take a look. After a while, he would run out again. Finally, Chu Yang returned. "You're back." Teacher Cat anxiously waited. "What's wrong?" Chu Yang was puzzled. "What else can I do with you?" "Save someone." Teacher Cat pulled Chu Yang away. "Save someone?" Chu Yang stopped before he could finish his sentence. That was because he had already seen the person he needed to save. "What's the matter with this guy? I don't know what happened exactly. I was strolling in the courtyard, and then, with a bang, this person fell on my head. I fell down with a bang. When I got up, I found that this guy was seriously injured." Teacher Cat pointed. "Stop." Chu Yang decisively raised his hand. He interrupted Teacher Cat's narration. This was because Chu Yang realized that Teacher Cat was definitely not a talented storyteller. In his narration, there was definitely enough suspense. However, the problem was the person listening to the story didn't seem to understand anything. This was because there was no process at all. There was no sequence of events. Staring at Teacher Cat for a while, Chu Yang sighed helplessly. Please shut up for a while. I have to save someone first. Meow." Teacher Cat silently endured. He only let out a low and soft growl to express his faint dissatisfaction. Chu Yang immediately went into a busy treatment. However, Teacher Cat's last sentence caused a huge uproar. Chu Yang was holding a small cat in his hand. The cat, which was only the size of a fist, scurried into the cat teacher's arms and looked up with widened eyes. Looking at Teacher Cat, it said with an expression of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, "Meow." Teacher Cat almost jumped up. He looked at the little guy in his arms in horror. His lips trembled as he said, "Meow? You know how to meow too?" Brother Tiger used one of its front paws to pull at his beard. Then it reached out to grab Teacher Cat's beard and pulled. "Meow?" Teacher Cat angrily hit Brother Tiger's paw away and roared, "Meow!" Brother Tiger lowered its head as if it had been frightened by a certain cat. Teacher Cat stroked his beard proudly. Brother Tiger's voice sounded in Chu Yang's mind. "You big cat in human form, you're an idiot!" Chu Yang was startled by these words. A burst of unbearable laughter arose. His hand paused and his whole body trembled. An incomplete version of the heavy pill was cut in half and the two pieces fell into the mouth of the guy on the bed. "Ah!" Minister Chu went crazy. "My medicine! My peerless elixir! You two wastrels who can't do anything right!" Teacher Cat and Brother Tiger turned their heads at the same time and asked, "Meow?" Even if it wasn't because of the idiotic conversation between the two cats, Chu Yang was still angry. Where in the world did a certain cat master get this special patient from? It seemed to have fallen from the sky. There were people who dropped pies and discus from the sky. There were also people who fell into traps, and so on, and even beautiful women. However, he had never heard of anyone who was seriously injured. Moreover, the person in front of him was seriously injured. If it was just a serious injury, Chu Yang would have accepted it. He could have taken him down with some effort and wasted some elixirs. However, this person was too strange. Take note, it wasn't the injury that was strange, but the person that was strange. His internal organs were not damaged. His divine sense was not damaged, and his meridians were unusually wide and unobstructed. Even a heaven-level expert, like a certain cat, wouldn't have such a good physique. However, his vitality was not enough, and he was about to die. He could die at any time. This was the first time Chu Yang had seen such a strange injury. Chu Yang judged that even the incomplete version of the heavy pill might not be effective. Therefore, he decided to only use half a pill to try. It would be good if he could be saved, but even if he couldn't, he would have done his best. It would be enough to answer to a certain cat. In the end, he was amused by the cat and the beast's words, and his hand trembled. The incomplete version of the heavy pill melted in his mouth and instantly turned into surging vitality. Chu Yang sighed. It was destined to be wasted. Then he turned to ask Shifty Cat, "Teacher Cat, who is this person? Your friend?" Shifty Cat was tongue-tied. "What friend? How would I know who he is?" Chapter 1758. Chu Yang almost vomited blood. "What? You mean you don't know who this person is? You don't even know him and you want me to save him? Do you know?" Teacher Cat looked at Chu Yang with bright eyes. "Saving the dying and healing the injured is the heart of a doctor. You're a doctor, don't you know this? I always thought you knew. That day, get lost." Minister, Chu had heard the phrase, "A doctor has the heart of a parent," when he had been in the heavenly layer continent for 3 days. So he didn't hesitate to curse. Baidu Search School Library P.O.M. Teacher Cat turned his head to look at Brother Tiger resentfully. Brother Tiger glared and scolded, "Meow." At this moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded, "Where is this place?" Chu Yang and Greasy Cat were stunned. They turned their heads and saw the person lying on the bed on the verge of death open his eyes. He tilted his head and looked at them. Actually, they shouldn't be surprised. Even if it was an incomplete version of the heavy pill, it was still a rare elixir. It had the miraculous effect of reviving life and death. That day, Teacher Cat was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He also relied on this elixir. The moment he took it, his almost fatal internal and external injuries were instantly healed by 70%. This person also took one. It would be strange if it didn't have any effect. But why was he still so weak? Could it be that this person's strength was above Teacher Cat's, and that an incomplete version of the heavy pill wasn't enough to heal him completely? But as long as the time was short, he shouldn't be so weak. Besides, Chu Yang clearly noticed that when he turned his head, deep in this person's eyes, there was a look of relief. He couldn't help but be startled. Does this guy know me? Is that possible? Impossible. This person seemed to be a young man. He was dressed in a black robe. He couldn't tell what material it was made of, but it faintly revealed a sense of mystery. Even though he was seriously injured, he still had a kind of arrogant and awe-inspiring aura. Although his appearance was ordinary, his face was sharp and angular. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked at Yi Zichen. The moment he opened his eyes, his originally zombie-like body seemed to be filled with the brilliance of life. His voice was weak and badly out of breath, but he was in such a situation. But in such a situation, he still used the most coherent and calm tone to speak. It wasn't just to show off, but to protect his own dignity. This was a self-respecting, self-confident, self-reliant, and conceited person. Chu Yang and Fishy Guy had the same feeling at the same time. This person is probably not simple. Try not to be enemies. This is my pharmacy, Men's Hall. Chu Yang looked into the young man's eyes and said, "The temple that brings good news to all men. It specializes in curing my illness." Recently, Chu Yang had been thinking about money like crazy. This time, he didn't forget to advertise himself. But who would advertise like that? "What you said is indeed very infuriating. Do I have a disease?" "Huh." The young man smiled weakly and said, "I also have a disease." "Huh, not bad." Fishy laughed in praise. This sentence cleverly made the phrase, "I'm sick," completely derogatory, and it was basically something that men could not say. It became grand and majestic, seamlessly connected from top to bottom. "I also have an illness." Not only did he raise his status, but he also explained his illness. "Yes, understood. I know you have a disease." Chu Yang grinned and said, "As long as I'm here and you're awake, you definitely won't die. You can rest assured." The young man smiled bitterly and said, "May I ask, doctor, this injury of mine? When can I recover?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "Your Excellency's injury is very strange. I'm still somewhat unsure. But you should know what kind of injury you've sustained. Therefore, all I can do is to do my best and leave the rest to fate." As for when you'll recover, that's up to you. Do you understand what I'm saying?" These words were confusing, incoherent, self-contradictory, and standard words that deserved a beating. Teacher Cat, who was listening at the side, was embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the young man nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. As expected. You have the demeanor of a highly skilled doctor. I understand. Since you understand, then I'll be a good person to the end." As Chu Yang busied himself, he took out a box made of purple crystal jade essence. Inside there was a purple needle. This was a needle made by Chu Yang using souls of purple crystal. It was called the Soul Needle. This needle was very effective. It had the shocking effect of stabilizing the spirit, refining life, increasing vitality, and consolidating one's foundation. And this was the effect of the Soul Needle itself. It didn't take medical skills into account. The young man's eyes lit up. He said weakly, "It's actually the purple crystal Soul Needle? I didn't expect you to have such a good thing. Looks like I'm really saved this time." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "You also know about the purple crystal Soul Needle?" The young man said weakly, "These amethyst soul needles are meticulously refined from souls of the amethyst. Every palm-sized piece of soul of the amethyst can only be refined into a single soul needle at most. The price is incomparably expensive. It's also blasphemous to say that it's priceless. It's really a priceless treasure. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there are no more than 10 sets of such divine needles. Most of them are in the hands of legendary divine doctors. I didn't expect you to have a complete set. I'm the lucky one." Chu Yang chuckled. He didn't hesitate. With a flash of purple light, a soul needle had already pierced into the young man's chest. With a light flick, only 1/3 of the soul needle was exposed, and a cloud of purple gas swayed out. For a moment, even the needle couldn't be seen clearly. Greasy exclaimed, "This needle! Wouldn't it go all the way into his internal organs? Wasn't he afraid of dying with one needle?" A relieved smile appeared on the young man's face. He said, "One needle to determine life and death. Yin and Yang turning into two extremes. You have good acupuncture skills and great medical attainments." After the needle was inserted, there was a hint of vitality in his voice. Chu Yang pierced another needle into the young man's temple. Similarly, only the tip of the needle was left outside. With a light flick, purple light lingered. "Wonderful." The young man's brows didn't move. He praised, a needle through the canopy, straight to the center of gravity. Is the doctor using the legendary Heaven Saint needle technique? Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. He said, "Good knowledge and good endurance." Knowledge could be said. As for endurance, Chu Yang himself knew that this needle was the culmination of all the pain in the world, using a kind of extreme pain to stimulate a person's vitality to quickly return. Then, this stimulated vitality gradually spread throughout the body to achieve the effect of further stimulating the human body's life potential. It looked like a light and delicate needle, but the pain caused by this needle was as terrifying as going through the 18 levels of hell. At this moment, the young man was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Yet he was still suffering such inhumane pain. He didn't even frown. His mental endurance was amazing. Endurance? Huh. Soybean-sized beads of sweat seeped out of the young man's forehead, but his expression was calm. "I also want to cry out in pain. It's a little better, but I really can't afford to lose face." This sentence is well said. Chu Yang pierced the third needle. The position was actually in the dantian. He said casually, "May I know your name?" The young man exhaled. He said, "How can I not answer a doctor's inquiry? My surname is Yen Russian. A word is as heavy as a mountain. That's my name." After saying his name, he stared at Chu Yang and Shifty Guy with a somewhat sharp gaze. Chu Yang's face was indifferent. It was really indifferent. A certain king of hell only knew a limited number of people in this world. Unless you said you were Shui Han, It was really hard to find a name that could move him. Of course, this time, Chu Yang was actually secretly paying attention to Fishy's movements. Fishy shook his fat neck, his face full of self-satisfaction. If this fellow had heard this name, he would definitely jump up and shout, "So you are Yen Russian?" Since he didn't move, it meant that he didn't have any impression of him. In other words, he didn't know this person at all. Chu Yang sighed. Looks like this particular cat isn't just an ordinary ignorant cat. Looking at Yen Russian, that name should be quite famous. But Fishy didn't react at all, as if he had heard a pile of dung. Yen Russian felt a little tragic. The muscles on his face finally twitched a little. It wasn't because of pain, but because he felt a little incredulous. How ignorant are these two fellows? To think that they don't know the title of the #1 general of the Eastern Royal Heavenly Oath Division. In the Eastern Royal Heavens, such a person would be considered a miracle if there was even one in 10,000 people. He didn't expect to meet two of them today. Could it be the day of 10,000? You have never heard of my name? Yen Russian couldn't accept it and asked subconsciously. To be honest, he used to hope that these two people didn't know who he was. But now that his wish had come true, he really hoped that they didn't know who he was. No matter how high the level of existence was, there would always be vanity. I really haven't heard of you. Chu Yang shook his head. Do you think you are Shui Leihan? In the Eastern Royal Heavens, I only know of him. Yen Russian's face instantly darkened. Damn it, comparing that person to me. How can that be compared? In the Eastern Royal Heavens, if you don't even know who Shui Leihan is, you can just die. Besides, how can the name of the Eastern Royal Emperor be mentioned so often? This doctor was really too daring and frivolous. Indeed, I haven't heard of you before. He asked curiously, are you very famous? Maybe I'm just ignorant. Yen Russian closed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. If he spoke again, he was afraid that he would vomit blood and die the moment he opened his mouth. Can you give me a bigger blow? Energy would energy? Am I very famous? What nonsense are you talking about? You're just ignorant and ill-informed. Chu Yang laughed and continued to insert the needles. After the needles were completely inserted, the young man could clearly feel that his body was faintly gathering essence energy. This unexpected change made him almost wild with joy. Scapulohumeral periarthritis acted up. At night, I went for an extra unplanned acupuncture session. A brother recommended warm silver needles, but I asked, and it seems that our Lai Wu doesn't have it. Chapter 1759. Yen Russian was still rejoicing when he heard Chu Yang say, Brother Yen, I can guarantee that your life will not be in danger after this injection. You will also have a chance to recover your cultivation. I will concoct some medicine for you later. It should be useful after you drink it. Thank you, thank you. Yen Russian thanked him sincerely. It doesn't matter if you don't know my name. The most important thing is that you can cure me. If you don't have the ability to cure me with just my name, wouldn't that be more tragic? Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Chu Yang raised his hand to interrupt him. I believe that Brother Yen is definitely an extraordinary person. At the very least, the flexibility and broadness of the meridians in Brother Yan's body, as well as the tyrannical and domineering heart protection elemental energy in your heart meridians, have already indicated Brother Yan's status. I have no intention of finding out about Brother Yan's background, and I have no intention of receiving any repayment from Brother Yen. However, I still have a request. Yen Russian said seriously, Tell me as long as it's within my capabilities. It's definitely within Brother Yan's capabilities. I hope that Brother Yen can leave this place quietly after your body recovers. That's all. Chu Yang smiled gently. Brother Yen is a wise man. I'm still weak, and it's not appropriate for me to be embroiled in the grudges of Brother Yen. Please forgive me. Yen Russian nodded in understanding. He couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Chu Yang's cautiousness and foresight could be seen from his words. With Yen Russian's cultivation and being from the pugilistic world, how could he have any enemies? How could the current Chu Yang afford to provoke someone who was qualified to be an enemy of Yen Russian's level? Even if it was just a little, he would be smashed into pieces. Yen Russian was naturally the first general of the Oaths division who was brought down from the heavens by Chu Yang's oath. He was quite a tragic character. Chu Yang didn't know that Yen Russian's injury was caused by the joint efforts of brother Hu and ZJ. Yen Russian also didn't know that the main culprit who caused Yen Russian's injury was the divine doctor who was receiving Yen Russian's gratitude. Yen Russian had his own matters to deal with. Although he was from the Oaths division, Yen Russian had many enemies. News of Yen Russian's injury hadn't spread yet. It could guarantee a temporary safety. However, as long as this news spread out, it would easily cause a great storm. Perhaps this entire Xixia city would be completely destroyed. Not to mention Chu Yang, who had once treated ZJ. I promise you, Yen Russian uttered these words with a pause between each and every one of his words. The number one general of the Oaths department knew the value of oaths more than anyone else. These 4 words. It was a promise to keep this secret for Chu Yang. At the same time, it also meant that even in front of Emperor Donghuang, Chu Yang's secret would not be revealed. Although Chu Yang had requested it, Yen Russian felt that keeping the secret meant letting the secret die in his heart forever. No matter who he faced, there was no exception. Chu Yang checked Yen Russian's body. Yen Russian's vitality was still too weak. This was actually how it should be. It wasn't that the heavy pill or the heavenly sage acupuncture technique wasn't effective. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be able to save his life. It was just that the amount of healing was insufficient. This was the difference between quality and quantity. The heavy pill and the heavenly sage acupuncture technique were of a high level, but the amount of healing was relatively insufficient. Yen Russian's cultivation was shocking. He was able to survive such a serious injury because his cultivation was too high. This caused the amount of vitality needed to recover to be ridiculously high. As a result, Chu Yang could only use 2 treasures to recover slightly. And as a result, Yen Russian's life force was insufficient to support his natural recovery. If this carried on, his life force would be depleted. With this appraisal, Chu Yang pondered for a while and decided to be a good person to the end. He poured out 3 drops of the spring of life and fed them to Yen Russian. Once Yen Russian's lips touched the spring of life, he suddenly sat up. Even with such a serious injury, he was able to sit up like a zombie. Spring of life. It's actually the spring of life. Yen Russian's eyes were as big as bells. Shut up. Chu Yang scolded without giving him any face. Yen Russian fell down with a plop. The shock he felt at this moment was truly unparalleled. There was actually such a brilliant doctor in such a remote place, and this seemingly ordinary young man actually had so many good things in his hands. No wonder he made such a huge bet with that chubby Pongbon the other day. So he was actually fearless? In his hands, not only did he have the miraculous medicine that could quickly restore one's elemental energy, but this medicine did not make one's elemental energy recover significantly. However, it did make one's elemental energy recover significantly. It was very impressive, and there was the priceless purple crystal spirit needle, and even the spring of life. That was the most precious treasure of the fairy race. It was something that had been extinct in the Heaven Palace for hundreds of thousands of years. Oh my God, at this moment, the number 1 general of the Oath Division was truly shocked by Chu Yang's generosity. Chu Yang didn't care whether he was shocked or not. After packing up, he let him rest in the room while Chu Yang and Cat Face left. To be honest, Chu Yang really didn't want to reveal too many trump cards. If he did, it would weaken Chu Yang. But this time he had to do it. Firstly, this guy's injuries were too serious. Only heavy pills could extend his life. Only the heavenly sage needle technique could stimulate his vitality. Only the spring of life could save his life. Of course, these were the most important reasons. Secondly, it was because this guy was terrifyingly powerful. The most conservative estimate was that he was at least a Saint-tier powerhouse. He might even be stronger than Duan Sankong at his peak. Forming a good relationship with him would definitely be beneficial in the future. Thirdly, this guy was righteous and worth saving. Of course, the most important thing was the promise that Yan Russian had made. His determination to mend the relationship between the two of them. This was a person who valued keeping a promise as much as his life. Chu Yang had always admired such people. Even if he couldn't get anything in return, he would still save him. I say, where did you get this pet? Cat Face looked at Brother Tiger in Chu Yang's arms and was a little envious. He has a newborn kitten. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and stroked Brother Tiger's back. Don't talk nonsense. This is my contracted spiritual beast. In all honesty, Chu Yang scolded Teacher Cat for his own good. If Brother Tiger bore a grudge against Cat Face, it wouldn't be good. Oh shit. You said shit. Cat Face jumped up. Oh my god, this is just an ordinary cat. Are you having a fever? Why did you take in such a trash as your contracted spiritual beast? Brother Hu's anger, which had just been appeased, rose again. He immediately stood up. He stared at Cat Face fiercely. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he looked like he was about to hit Cat Face with his claws. At the same time, Brother Tiger's voice rang in Chu Yang's mind. It sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. I want to turn this human-shaped cat into my feces. Calm down. With your status as a shit, it's not worth getting angry with a human-shaped cat. Chu Yang hurriedly comforted him. He turned to Cat Face and said, You don't look too good this morning. Did something happen to you? Cat Face's attention was immediately diverted. He sighed deeply and said, I've contacted the clan. That's a good thing. Doesn't that mean you have a way home? Chu Yang was surprised. Then why are you frowning? Of course it's a good thing. But the problem now is the person who received my message is a crazy person. Cat Face was full of bitterness. After she received my message, she said that she wanted to help me. She even told the clan that she wanted to take revenge for me. The first thing she did was to come here alone. What? Chu Yang was shocked. The Wolf Clan's defense outside is so tight. She came here alone? Did she come here to shit me? Is she playing with her life? Or is she looking for death? I think he's most likely courting death. Isn't that so? She's a very violent person. Cat Face said with melancholy. She's also very barbaric, very domineering, very unreasonable, very irritable. She's a very unreasonable existence. Who is she? Chu Yang asked carefully. After listening to this long description, Chu Yang immediately knew that a storm was coming. It seems like this person is very scary. Even a certain cat with thick nerves would be afraid of this person. She must be a very powerful person. Could she be the Cat Clan's #1 god of war, #1 warrior? That person is my fiancé. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said those sorrowful words. She said weakly, I can clearly feel that I won't have any freedom in the future, but I don't have the strength to resist. Life is like being. Since I can't resist, I can only accept it. Meow. Chu Yang and Brother Tiger straightened their necks at the same time. One man and one beast stared at each other like cute lion-headed goldfish. Shifty covered his face with his hands. In a few days, that scary woman will come. Sob. Whenever I think about this, I feel like I have nothing left to live for. There will be no more light in the future. That will be a time darker than darkness, and it will fill the rest of my life. I can't even beat her. Her father is the #1 expert of the Cat Clan. Cat Face became more and more sad as she spoke. Her tail drooped. Her voice was also a little choked. How can a small arm win against a big leg? Woo! Chu Yang and Brother Tiger were speechless. They looked at each other and were completely stunned by the situation in front of them. Cat Face pleaded sorrowfully. Chuyang, you will save me? You will save me, right? Chuyang stood up decisively and ran out of the room at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. His speed was the fastest in his life. Meow. The fur on Brother Tiger's body stood up, and he instantly turned into a shooting star, disappearing from the room in an instant. Brother Tiger's furry head was dripping with cold sweat. Too close, too close. What if this guy packed up a female cat and gave it to me? What should I do? Can I still live? One had to admit that Brother Tiger was still very worried. Chapter 1760. That night, the person who was supposed to treat my illness did not come as scheduled. It was rare that he was not here. As for the invincible blade Duan Sankong, he was busy getting the medicine. Of course, he could not come. So, today was a rare work break. Chuyang walked out with Brother Tiger in his arms. Greasy Face was still moaning and groaning in his room. What should I do? She's coming. Should I surrender to the Wolf Clan to avoid this destined enemy from my previous life, a nightmare that I can't avoid in this life? When he went outside, Chuyang naturally had to change his appearance. Zhen Yukai suddenly reappeared in the world. Behind him was Brother Tiger, who was more than 30 feet tall and walked with majestic steps. One man and one beast, valiant and high-spirited, their eyes shining with golden light as they walked toward the spirit beast gaming field. Brother Tiger sighed as he walked. Back then, my benefactor went to the beast fighting arena. He also changed his appearance. Today, this big brother that I just met also changed his appearance. They both had the intention of eating the pig to eat the tiger and making a fortune. As the saying goes, a tough life needs no elaboration, but it's so similar. For a moment, it was as if time went back. Brother Tiger could not help but meow a few times. He could not suppress the nostalgia in his heart and almost burst into tears. I miss you so much. Benefactor, where are you now? I miss you so much. Little Z misses you so much. Chuyang had just entered, and before he could buy today's ticket, he saw someone coming up to him. Master Zhen is here. Jean Wugong has already bought your ticket for today and specially instructed us to bring you there as soon as you come. Oh yes, he also asked us to tell you that he is ready and waiting for your arrival. Chuyang suddenly smiled. This Jean Wugong was really a little impatient, but he was still too inexperienced. Didn't he know that the pie that fell from the sky was usually a discus? You're ready? Are you already prepared to lose to me? Was he that impatient? Ha ha ha. Chuyang laughed wildly and swaggered in with Brother Tiger. His demeanor was the same as a few days ago, as if he was about to start a massacre in all directions. Under the guidance of the manager, Chuyang walked through a side door and unexpectedly found that although this relatively hidden beast fighting arena was not very big, it was extremely exquisite. Here, this was a high-class coliseum, specially prepared for the rich and powerful, a real place to buy gold. Inside, there were many individual booths. They were high up in the air, and right below them was an arena. They were surrounded by a thin silver net. Every 10 steps, there was a person standing there. This silver thread was the heaven snare unique to the heaven-level imperial court. Even a heaven-level low-grade spiritual beast would not be able to tear it apart. As for rushing out, that was even more impossible. Not to mention, every 10 steps, there would be at least a human-level warrior watching them, just in case anything went wrong. Even if something unexpected were to happen, these experts would definitely not allow the spirit beasts to cause any damage. Even with Chuyang's picky eyes, one had to admit that such an arrangement was indeed close to flawless. There was a row of railings at the entrance of every private room, and on the railings there were even hawkeye sleeves. Setting up these eagle-eye sleeves naturally made it convenient for the distinguished guests in the box to see everything in the beast-fighting coliseum from multiple angles. Rows and rows of graceful, white-clothed girls were shuttling back and forth. They served tea, pastries, and wine to the distinguished guests in the box. The whole place, before the spirit beast started fighting, it was actually filled with a kind of soft and gentle aura that belonged to a young girl. This place is well decorated. It's grand and classy. It's very suitable for my identity. Just as Chu Yang exclaimed in admiration, he saw the eyes of all the people in the private rooms turn towards him at the same time. Of course, most of their gazes were on Brother Hu. Then, one by one, they nodded their heads. The atmosphere of the place suddenly became lively. Perhaps the word lively was not enough to describe it. It was simply fiery. Zhen Yukai, let me make this bet with you. Zhen Yukai, I'll play with you this time. Zhen Yukai, I'll bet with you. Let's decide the winner and loser. Zhen Yukai, you're really too talented. Ha ha ha. Jin Xingxin, the 5th Duke of Jin, walked out from the big box in the center. He looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, Brother Zhen is indeed a trustworthy person. I'll be here as scheduled. Seeing that someone was going to pick the peach first, how could Jin Xingxin not stand up to defend his sovereignty? His words made it clear. This Zhen Yukai has a bet with me. The rest of you, go to the back and line up. Of course, the premise is that I still have money to deal with you after betting with me. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Since Jin Xingxin has an appointment, Zhen Yukai will definitely come, especially since Jin Xingxin is so rich. Tonight, I'll show off my strength. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed together. In this spirit beasts fighting arena, the discussion was always about the spirit beasts and who won and who lost. All the other grudges and grudges outside had come to a complete stop here. But it was hard to say whether they were laughing at Jin Xingxin or at Zhen Yukai for overestimating his own strength. Where's that Ariai? Chu Yang turned his head and asked, Call him here. He was the one who introduced me to buy spirit beasts. Why is he still missing when I'm ready to start winning? I still want to reward him after winning. The manager next to him smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, Master Zhen, Ariai has had a stomachache these days. Chu Yang was stunned. This time, a certain king of hell really wanted to reward Ariai. He wasn't just talking. Ariai definitely wouldn't have a stomachache. So, coincidentally. Besides, if there was really money to be won, what's a stomachache? It must be because he actually chose such a trash spirit beast to fight. If he continued to compete, he might lose all his money. How could he expect to get a reward from him? What if he lost and blamed it on himself? Wouldn't that be the end of his life? He would die an unjust death. Therefore, He would rather die than come to save his own skin. Only then did the people around know that this Zhen Yukai actually went to the trading arena because of the recommendation of the casino staff. They couldn't help but laugh again. He actually chose to use such a trash spirit beast to gamble because he believed the words of a casino staff. This Zhen Yukai is really talented, Jin Xingxin laughed proudly. Ariai, I'll reward him heavily when I win. Since Master Jin has said so, I won't reward him if I win. Chu Yang laughed proudly as well. Why do you all have a private room except for me? Hurry up and give me a private room. Chu Yang shouted. A private room? The manager's face twitched. He thought that Chu Yang might lose all his money after tonight. He probably won't have a chance to come here in the future. But he still wants a private room. Master Zhen, our private rooms here cost about 5,000 purple cloud coins and are reserved for a year. The larger rooms cost 1 purple cloud coin, and the time limit is also 1 year. Before he finished, Chu Yang had already shouted, Nonsense! Of course, I want a bigger one. With a flick of his hand, a purple cloud coin flew into the air with a hazy and enchanting color. It rolled back and forth in the air, leaving behind a hazy and brilliant neon light. Good! How generous! Countless people around him cheered. Just by looking at the hazy luster, one could tell that it was a genuine purple cloud coin. Everyone cheered. No one would reject it. After all, for this kind of nouveau riche, as long as you had money, you could just sit here. Once you won all of your money, your private room would naturally be gone. No matter how awesome a nouveau riche was, it was impossible for him to win against a rich and powerful clan. Moreover, he was an outsider. He didn't seem to be a strong dragon. Every day, there would be a few private rooms with good seats in the game field, especially for people like Zhen Yukai who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Good. The manager caught the purple cloud coin and smiled like a flower. I'll arrange it for Master Zhen right away. I wish Master Zhen a great victory, and a great victory. It didn't take long for Chu Yang's private room to be arranged. The location, view, and height were all excellent. Chu Yang was also very satisfied with this. After he entered, a maid immediately served him tea. Chu Yang drank the tea and casually crossed his legs. One of his big feet was swinging in the air, swinging, 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 even though he was wearing leather boots. The irrepressible foot odor was still diffusing. It floated in the air. The two maids who were assigned to this private room frowned slightly. They had seen many nouveau riches, but they had never seen one like this. Looking at this person's appearance and posture, they wondered if he hadn't washed his feet for many years. Such a person actually made a fortune? The heavens were really blind. Chu Yang was actually very speechless about this. He had already developed the good habit of washing his feet every night, but he still couldn't get rid of that damn foot odor. As long as he took off his shoes, the strong salted fish smell would fly up to 300 miles with the wind, lingering for 3 months. Chu Yang was also completely helpless about this. Looking at the two maids, he said somewhat apologetically, "Cough, cough. You two beauties should be content. Look, everyone else in this private room has taken off their shoes, only I haven't. I'm still very cultured." The two maids expressed their gratitude, but cursed in their hearts. "Luckily, you're cultured. You're already like this, even without taking off your shoes. If you took off your shoes, there would probably be no one in this game field." Outside, Jin Wugong actually didn't rush him. Chu Yang was very surprised by this and looked outside. Chapter 1761. Where did they go? Chu Yang asked curiously. Master Zhen, that's where the bets are placed. They all went there to place their bets. A maid answered respectfully. He was very professional. After all, not everyone could withstand the stench that assailed their nostrils. Bets outside! Chu Yang's eyes instantly turned into the color of purple cloud coins. What are the odds now? Who's the banker? Is it stable? The so-called stable referred to the banker's reputation and financial resources. If the banker ran away or had no money to pay, it would be boring. This time, Third Master Jean is the banker. He's the oldest banker here. He has never defaulted. The maid replied, "Now the odds are 30. One for those who bet on Fifth Master Jean winning. What about those who bet on me winning? Everyone is rushing to buy it, right?" Chu Yang asked excitedly. "Those who bet on you winning." The maid curled her lips. She thought that no one would bet on him except for those who were kicked in the head by a donkey. She still answered, "Those who bet on you winning. The odds are 150. 150? So high? It can't be, right?" Chu Yang stood up. "Doesn't that mean that if I bet 100 million, I'll get 5 billion if I win?" "A total of 5. 1 billion. The maid resisted the absurd laughter in her heart. "I'll return it along with your bet." "That's great." Chu Yang clapped his hands excitedly. "I must participate in such an opportunity to make a fortune. If I win, I'll give you a bonus." Then he ran out of the box excitedly. As soon as Chu Yang went out, the two maids hurriedly rolled up the curtain and fanned themselves. It didn't matter whether they got a bonus or not. The most important thing was that they couldn't stand the stench of feet. They had to fan the stench out. The maids were really suffocating. Chu Yang ran out with a gust of wind. Everyone was startled. "Have you finished betting?" Chu Yang asked hurriedly. "Old people also want to bet." Third Master Jean saw that no one had bet on Jin Yukai winning. He was about to announce the cancellation of the bets. Bets, bets, bets. What kind of gamble was this? Do you want the Zhuang family to suffer a huge loss? Lord Jin, do you want to bet as well? Seeing Zhen Youcai's sudden arrival, Third Master Jin felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. He was truly overjoyed. Of course, Chu Yang said. Lord Jin, gambling has its own rules. If both parties want to bet, they can only bet on their own victory. Do you understand this? Third Master Jin asked. Third Master Jin wasn't making this up. There was indeed such a rule. He didn't even encourage both parties to bet on other things. After all, the bets made by the parties involved were too controllable. Even if it was allowed, they could only bet that they would win. After all, if they wanted to lose, no matter what, he could still lose. Chu Yang chuckled. Of course I'd bet on myself winning. Do you think I would bet on myself losing? That's good. How much would you like to bet? Third Master Jin asked impatiently. He thought to himself, if I don't bet a lot and it's hard to form an approximate ratio of bets, I can only cancel the bet. This is the first time I've played such a game. I'll play less. Zhen Youcai hesitated for a moment. Then he said, let's play with 50 purple cloud coins first. Hiss! The onlookers were originally here to watch the fun. But when they heard that someone actually bet 50 purple cloud coins, and even said that it was a small game, they couldn't help but gasp. Third Master Jin was even more stunned. He thought that a pie would fall from the sky. Who would have thought that a mountain of gold would fall from the sky? He even had to struggle to catch it. Those who bet on Jin Xingxin's victory didn't have a few hundred purple cloud coins. This was already a rare big gamble. The main reason was that everyone was so crazy was because they were too confident. But he didn't expect this person to bet. Just 50 purple cloud coins? Are you sure you want to bet so much? Third Master Jin's eyes almost popped out. 50 purple cloud coins was 5 billion water cloud coins. According to the current odds, the odds were 1 to 50. If he really lost, he would lose. He would have to pay out 250 billion water cloud coins. Even though the water cloud coins were the most common currency used by ordinary people. Even though the Jin family's wealth accumulated over 1,000 years was far more than 250 billion water cloud coins. But if he wanted to lose so much money in an outside game, the pressure was still very heavy. The main reason was that the other side didn't have so much money. The two bets started to go wrong again. 50 purple cloud coins. Is it a lot? Zhen Youcai asked curiously. Just by listening to his tone, it was as if he was talking about 50 water cloud coins. The way he looked at the crowd was like a super rich man looking at a bunch of bumpkins who had never seen the world. That kind of condescending look, that kind of arrogance. The crowd was speechless and collectively kept quiet. It seemed that it was really hard to answer this question. Was 50 purple cloud coins a lot? Did you know how many people in this world can't even earn 1 purple cloud coin after working hard for a lifetime? Now you're betting 50 purple cloud coins at once, and you're saying that it's a small game? Is it a lot? Then, in your eyes, how much is a lot? Are you so sure? Third Master Jin stroked his goatee and squinted. Mr. Zhen, are you sure you want to use that spirit beast in the competition? You won't change your mind again, right? You should know that the focus of this outside game is your spirit beast. If you change your spirit beast at the last minute, the bet won't count. Chu Yang was displeased. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm worth cheating people for such a small amount of money? Such a small amount of money. Zhen Youcai's wealth was truly perfect at this moment, shocking everyone present. 5 billion water cloud coins in this Master Zhen's eyes was just such a small amount of money. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Zhen Youcai changed. They were no longer looking at a nouveau riche. Instead, they were all guessing, this Zhen Youcai, is he a member of a huge financial magnate? For a moment, the crowd became cautious. Could such a person really win? The third master of Jin's heart was also uncertain. He was still worried. He waved his hand and called someone over. You, go and check on that tiger. Spirit beast, do you see anything unusual? Let's make sure again. If we fail miserably, we'll lose a lot of money, not long after. That person ran over breathlessly. I've confirmed that there's nothing unusual. The words nothing unusual were said very slowly. There was a meaning behind it. Everyone understood. The only one who didn't seem to understand was Master Zhen. At this point, Third Master Jean was relieved. Chu Yang squinted and asked, "You're so slow. Don't tell me you can't afford such a small amount of money?" "What are you talking about?" Third Master Jean laughed heartily. "Not to mention such a small amount of money. Even if it's more, our Jean clan isn't afraid. Take the money." Immediately, someone came forward. Chu Yang handed over 50 purple cloud coins and murmured, "Do you want to add another 500? Third Master Jin's back was covered in cold sweat. Add another 500? If he lost, 1/10 of the Jin clan would be gone. This was the clan's wealth accumulated over 1,700 years. It was better not to risk it for now. Third Master Jin pretended not to hear Jin Yotsai's words and immediately announced, "Is there anyone else who wants to bet? Is there anyone else who wants to bet? If not, we'll close the bet. No more waiting." But how could the onlookers let the Jin clan take all the money? Immediately they swarmed forward. "I want to add more money. I'd bet on 5th Master Jin." "Me too, me too, me too. I bet on the Jin clan." The last one made Third Master Jin roll his eyes. This bet was nominally between Zhen Yukai and Jin Xingxin, the 5th master of the Jin clan. But in fact, everyone knew. This was definitely a private bet, hosted by the Jin clan. In fact, Zhen Yukai was making a bet with the entire Jin clan. Otherwise, with 5th Master Jin's status in the clan, he wouldn't be able to get an Earth-grade spirit beast to participate in this level of bet. Everyone knew this in their hearts, but no one was willing to say it out loud. Now that this guy directly said that he was betting on the Jin clan, it was tantamount to breaking the taboo. If it was someone else who was smart, he would immediately announce that he was giving up the bet. He would be able to avoid the loss of a huge amount of wealth, compared to losing face to keep the wealth. It was self-evident which was more important. Fortunately, great official Zhen didn't care about this at all. It was as if the victory was already in his hands. He smiled casually, took the bet sheet and turned to leave. Jin Xingxin followed beside him and walked back together. "Brother Zhen, may I ask where you are from?" 5th Master Jin was now somewhat polite. The way he looked at Chu Yang was as if he was looking at a big fat sheep that he could take anything he wanted. "Well, from Heaven Saint City." Why are you asking this? Are you checking the family tree?" Chu Yang turned his head as if he had spilled the beans. "Nothing, nothing." Jin Xingxin smiled and walked to the side, but his heart skipped a beat. He was actually from Heaven Saint City, the biggest city in the Heaven Imperial Court, the place where the saint lived, the core of the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Although the Jin clan was able to dominate the Purple Cloud City and had great power, if this power was transferred to Heaven Saint City, it wouldn't even be considered as dregs. However, this nouveau riche Jin Yukai was actually from Heaven Saint City. Where did he come from? 5th Master Jin knew that he wouldn't be able to get any more information if he stayed any longer. But these 3 words had already made him understand. He pondered and walked back. Cheers rose from the stands. Overwhelming cheers. Tonight's Spirit Beasts game was about to officially start. The host's voice was full of enthusiasm. "Ladies and gentlemen, the game of Spirit Beasts game of our Purple Cloud City is about to start. This time, the participants of the game are Jin Sheng Xian Gong of the Purple Cloud City and the mysterious rich Mr. Jin Yukai of our Purple Cloud City." There was a burst of applause. The 5th Elder Jin's spirit beast is the Earth-level spirit beast, the golden single-horned dragon python. And Mr. Zhan Yotsai's spirit beast is a big cat tiger. Cough, cough, cough. Yes, it is the mighty and majestic big cat tiger, the big cat tiger that has never been defeated. Chapter 1762. The host's voice clearly showed a hint of astonishment. Yes, it's the big cat tiger. The big cat tiger. Listening to his voice, when the host said the words big cat tiger, his intestines should be in a mess. Now, the battle between the two is about to begin. Everyone, please wait and see. Let's see if the golden single-horned dragon python or the undefeated big cat tiger will continue to write the legend of invincibility. On the viewing platform in the box, immediately, many people laughed out loud. Novel chapters are the fastest to update. Big cat tiger? This is a spirit beast? Did the Heavenly Imperial Court have such a name? The undefeated big cat tiger? To think that this host could come up with the words mighty and majestic. He was really eloquent. Indeed, it had never been defeated before. This is the big cat tiger's first battle. Since it has never been defeated before, it probably won't be defeated in the future. Very likely it will meet its end here today. Will there be a battle between the two? Where will there be a battle between the two? With the fighting power of the earth-grade golden single-horned dragon python, it would probably swallow this big cat tiger with a single charge. This host was really speaking against his conscience. Undefeated legend. Bullshit. Under the anticipation of the crowd, this unprecedented and exciting battle between the two spirit beasts finally began. Both sides have agreed that this will be the battle of victory and defeat. It has nothing to do with life and death. The host shouted loudly. Both sides began to walk off the stage. Chu Yang stood on Brother Tiger's side. On the other side, a hole appeared in the big net. A golden python with a white, jade-like horn on its forehead appeared. Its whole body looked like a golden sculpture. It was unusually handsome. It was hissing and spitting out its forked tongue as it slithered in. A cold and gloomy aura was emitted. Even though they were tens of feet apart, Chu Yang could feel the bone-chilling coldness. It was a kind of bone-chilling, murderous intent. It was like walking in a mass grave in the middle of the night and seeing a zombie jump out. It made one's heart palpitate. An earth-grade spirit beast was indeed not to be underestimated. The moment it appeared, it gave everyone a show of strength. Chu Yang estimated, with ZJ's current cultivation, if he didn't use Calamity Sword, he wouldn't be a match for the snake. Jin Xingxin stood outside the net, gently stroking the earth-grade golden single-horned dragon python with his hand. He murmured as if he was instructing the golden single-horned dragon python. There was only victory and defeat, not life and death. This was a request that too many people made to Jin Wugong. The number of people was so great that Jin Wugong could not handle it. They couldn't afford to offend him. Mr. Jin, you can't be the only one who gets all the benefits. If you kill Zhen Yotsai's spirit beast, how can we win money? That's right. Duke Jin, your family has eaten meat. We should at least get some soup to drink. This kind of opportunity is too rare. It would be best to let Jin Yukai, that big cat tiger, fight for hundreds of rounds. No matter what, he had to take all the money out of him before killing him. That's more like it. That's right. It's better to share the joy than to share the joy alone. If there's money to be made, everyone should earn it. Regarding this, Jin Xingxin was actually very helpless. However, he really did not have the strength to deal with so many lobbyists. In fact, the earth-grade golden single-horned dragon python was a very bloodthirsty spirit beast. It also liked to devour its target. If it was not told beforehand, it would probably swallow the big cat tiger. If that was the case, it would offend too many people. However, this golden, single-horned dragon python did not really care about Jin Wugong. Jin Wugong was not its real owner. If it were not for this special competition, how could Jin Wugong be qualified to own an earth-grade spirit beast? Regarding this, Jin Wugong was really in a terrible fix. He could not afford to offend the public. Although the Jin clan was a big clan, if he ruined the collective mood of the other big clans present, it would also be a very offensive thing. The higher-ups of the Jin clan might not care, but Jin Wugong could not care. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and gently stroked Brother Hu's body. He said, "You must be careful. If you can't win, you can escape back. We don't care about money. We can earn more if we lose it. You only have one life, and ZJ's life is the most important. You must remember, your life is the most important." Brother Hu nodded. Brother Hu had always been arrogant, bloodthirsty, and warlike, was very docile at this moment. He was so docile that Chu Yang was not used to it. Brother Hu actually had such a side to him, along with the majestic drumbeat, along with Chu Yang's gentle stroking, especially that sentence, Brother Hu felt as if he was going back in time. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were fighting in the Beast Arena. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios at that time, ZJ was helpless and terrified. He could only be at the mercy of others. Many of ZJ's kind and seniors grew up in the beast fighting arena. In the end, they also died in there. There were no exceptions. All of them died. No, they died in the beast fighting arena. Over there, the life of the beast fighting arena could not be described as a life. The living ZJ would be squeezed dry of all its value. Once it died, it would have no value. He thought that ZJ would not be able to avoid this fate. He did not know when the beast fighting arena would come. Perhaps ZJ would also become a stiff corpse. He would fulfill some people's wishes, but at the same time he would also empty some people's wallets. He would become the target of those people's curses and anger. However, his benefactor appeared at that moment. He appeared without any warning. Out of so many of his kind, he only chose ZJ. His hand gently stroked ZJ's back. That indescribable comfort. At the same time, the aura that changed the course of ZJ's life entered ZJ's body from his benefactor's hand. In an instant, ZJ's body mutated. It mutated from the root. That aura increased ZJ's ability by countless times. It expanded ZJ's potential to infinity. When his benefactor removed his hand, ZJ became the king of his kind. He was the undisputed king of his kind. The once invincible opponent could only wag his tail and beg for mercy in front of ZJ. He did not dare to act rashly. That was the fear that came from the bottom of a person's soul when facing a king. At that moment, Chu was reborn, and ZJ's life was completely rewritten. However, his benefactor did not keep ZJ by his side. Instead, he let ZJ go from then on. That mysterious aura remained in ZJ's body. It allowed ZJ to evolve again and again. He finally became the Beast King, Beast Emperor, Beast Venerable, until he reached the Beast Limitless. Even that time when the dimension shattered, it was also because of the mysterious aura that his benefactor gave him. It protected ZJ and allowed him to drift in the space turbulence. If it wasn't for that power, ZJ would have turned into a pile of bones or a pile of fine powder many years ago, dissipating with the wind without a trace. For many years, ZJ had wanted to return to his peak state and look for his benefactor. No matter where he went, 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 he still wanted to look for his benefactor. However, he did not get what he wanted. Finally, on that day, Zjurin felt an aura similar to his benefactor appear in this place. That's why he rushed over in the middle of the night. He did not expect to see his master this time because the aura was too weak. It might be his benefactor, but he might have some information about his benefactor. As long as there's hope, he will try. Even if he has to hide in a lowly market, his benefactor seemed to like to patronize such places. His benefactor seemed to have a natural liking for beasts. That's why ZJ hid in this place and did not let anyone notice his abnormality. He would search for his benefactor every night. But ZJ came with high hopes, but it was to no avail. There was no trace of his benefactor's aura. However, on that day, this person came to ZJ. The sword in his hand was clearly made by his benefactor. That aura is unforgettable, and it's definitely not a mistake. It's the aura of his benefactor, the smell of his benefactor. I am not qualified to follow my benefactor. but I want to follow this person who is related to my benefactor. I want to protect him and grow up. I believe that if I can accompany him, I might have a chance to meet my benefactor again. That's why I am willing to acknowledge him as my boss. At least, I want to protect him on behalf of my benefactor. Luckily, this boss and my benefactor treated me well. Since I cannot find my benefactor now, it is not a bad choice to stay by his side, especially just now when he stroked my back before the battle. That gentleness is very similar to the feeling my benefactor gave me listening to the cheers around him and looking at the ferocious faces of the people around him. Tiger Gu felt the warmth of his memories. This kind of event can make me reminisce. Actually, I really want to spend more time in this kind of place. The memories from back then were so heartwarming and touching. Ha ha ha. That invincible and undefeated cat Tiger seems to be scared stiff. Someone shouted from the side. That's right. Why isn't it moving? Could it be that the spiritual beasts were intimidating each other, causing the big cat Tiger to be unable to move? Damn, Jin Wugong won too easily this time. You can't force the fate of a person. That's right. That golden single-horned dragon python is almost in front of him, but this invincible big cat Tiger is still in a daze. They are not even on the same level. He has never been defeated before. Looks like he's about to open his business. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Anyway, no one is optimistic about Tiger Gu. Jin Wugong smiled and rubbed his fingers together. It seems like he is about to collect the money. You can't blame him for this. In this situation, 100 people have to believe that he can win. 1,000 people have to believe that he can win. Even if there are 10,000 people, there must be at least 1,000 people who believe that he can win. Except for Jin Yukai. Many people even stared at Duke Jin with envious and jealous gazes. This guy was really too lucky. But at this moment, the golden, single-horned dragon python rushed over. Chapter 1763. A trace of cold-blooded cruelty flashed across the golden, single-horned dragon python's cold eyes. It opened its mouth wide and was about to swallow the opponent in front of it. Facing such an opponent, it didn't even bother to use its innate skill. It would just swallow it whole and be done with it. As for not being allowed to kill, who set this rule? The words of the guy who brought him here were nothing, not even worth a fart. It was his good fortune that it didn't swallow him whole. The golden single-horned dragon python didn't care about this. This was the pride of an earth-level spirit beast. At the last moment when the cold fangs were about to bite Brother Tiger's head, Brother Tiger suddenly woke up and jumped abruptly in front of everyone's eyes. In everyone's eyes, or rather, it could be said that everyone could see that it was a jump out of panic or a jump out of desperation to survive. They had to admit that this jump actually helped the big cat Tiger escape from danger temporarily. It actually leaped into the air and coincidentally landed on the back of the golden single-horned dragon python. Moreover, its whole body was trembling, and everyone could see the trembling of its fur. It climbed up with difficulty. It was fine if it didn't climb up, but when it climbed up, its hind legs kicked twice, and coincidentally, it kicked on the head of the golden single-horned dragon python. As everyone knew, the golden single-horned dragon python's eyes were on the top of its head. When its hind legs kicked on the golden single-horned dragon python, something happened that made everyone's jaws drop. The sharp nails on the claws that were emitting cold light actually sank into the golden single-horned dragon python's wide, open eyeball. The big cat Tiger cried out in horror, as if it was very surprised and scared that its hind legs had stepped on something soft and sank into it. It struggled a few times in a flurry before it finally pulled its claws out of the golden, single-horned dragon python's eyeball. Immediately after, black blood spurted out with a foul smell. The golden, single-horned dragon python's eyeball had turned into a pile of paste. The golden, single-horned dragon python was stunned. It paused for a moment before it reacted. Suddenly, it let out an earth-shattering scream. Roar! Who said that snakes couldn't roar? It was proven that when a snake really roared, it could also be very heart-wrenching. On the stands and in the private rooms, countless people's eyeballs almost popped out of their eye sockets. Clap, clap, clap. Countless Hawkeye's sleeves fell from his hands and rolled around on the ground. No one would have thought that such a scene would actually occur. Such a grotesque scene happened just like that. Where was the logic to go? At this moment, the golden single-horned dragon python was infuriated to the point of insanity. It was in so much pain that it was on the verge of exploding. Underestimating the enemy? Does it count? It didn't count. He had never expected that his carelessness and underestimation of his opponent would cause him to be so severely injured right from the start. Most importantly, this injury seemed to have been caused by his opponent's unintentional and panic. This was even more unbearable. The intense pain caused by the rupture of the eyeball drove the golden single-horned dragon python completely mad. With a whoosh sound, the golden single-horned dragon python coiled up like a whirlwind. Soon after, the entire field suddenly turned dark. Gusts of yellow and black whirlwinds whirled around. This was the golden one-horned dragon python's innate skill. It was also an Earth-tier advanced skill, Yellow-Black Storm. The two whirlwinds were actually two types of deadly poison. They were the symbiotic poison of the golden single-horned dragon python, yin and yang. Any warrior below the Earth tier would die immediately. That was not the end of it. It opened its mouth, and a ball of golden light was brewing in its mouth. This was the unique skill of the golden one-horned dragon python. It would never use this skill unless it was in a life and death battle. Golden Explosion Ball. This was the famous skill of the golden one-horned dragon python. At the same time, it was also the origin of its name. Once the golden explosion ball was used, even a heaven-tier expert would be severely injured. This was a desperate move. The golden one-horned dragon python obviously hated a certain tiger to the extreme. It was determined to completely rot this fellow and then use the golden explosion ball to smash it into pieces before swallowing it whole. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the big cat tiger did not show any joy of severely injuring its opponent. It kept retreating in fear. Its tail kept wagging as if it was begging for mercy, begging for its opponent to be merciful. The golden one-horned dragon python pounced over like a whirlwind. Meow. This cry made the jaws of all the spectators drop at the same time. They were really stunned to death. Such a ferocious beast, which was more than 3 zhang long, actually let out a cat cry? Was this thing an ocelot or a cat? A ball of yellow light and black fog exploded with a loud bang. The golden explosion ball exploded. In a blur, a panic-stricken figure could be seen jumping up again. Its jumping ability was incomparable, and it directly jumped to the opposite corner of the arena, panting heavily. That golden explosion ball violently exploded on the inescapable net of the animal fighting arena. Outside, the expert supervising the arena was blown away by this force and rolled out like a rubber ball. This was because the inescapable net had already eliminated most of the force. Otherwise, that expert would have died long ago. However, the big cat tiger actually dodged such an astonishing attack once again. It was really too lucky. The golden one-horned dragon python's furious cry shook the heavens and the earth. It quickly turned around and faced the big cat tiger, which was so scared that its soul seemed to have left its body and was shivering. Its huge body, which was more than 5 zhang long, soared into the air and flew over like a golden lightning bolt. A cold and violent hurricane rose from the ground. The people on the other side shuddered at the thought of this. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The big cat tiger let out another loud cry and shivered. It mustered all its courage and strength and leaped toward the opponent. Should it face the attack? Or should it dodge? It seemed that it was more likely to dodge, because the big cat tiger's outstanding jumping ability had already allowed it to dodge the golden one-horned dragon python's head-on attack. However, this round of battle was far from over. In fact, it was just the beginning. because, oh my God! On the stands in the private rooms, countless people who were holding Hawkeye gloves felt goosebumps all over their bodies at the same time. After dodging the opponent's attack, the big cat tiger jumped onto the golden, single-horned dragon python's head. The hind claw that it didn't use just now coincidentally scratched into the other eye of the golden, single-horned dragon python, just like before. That was not all. The big cat tiger, which seemed to be in a panic and didn't know what to do, actually crashed into the golden one-horned dragon python's erect, white jade horn. Ow meow. The big cat tiger let out a miserable cry and was instantly sent flying and bounced back. However, it wasn't that the tiger didn't gain anything from this collision. In fact, it gained a lot. The pitiful golden, one-horned dragon python's unusually handsome horn was actually broken off from the root. It fell to the ground with a paw sound, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the bloody hole on its head. Everyone knew that the golden one-horned dragon python's weak point was its horn. Moreover, as a reptile and a type of python, the golden one-horned dragon python's eyes were the same as other snakes without exception. They weren't very useful. The thing that actually commanded it to attack or move forward was the white jade horn. It had a function similar to the sound waves released by bats, guiding the direction. Without its horn, the golden single-horned dragon python had truly become blind, deaf, and had a severely congested nose. It could not even smell anything. Now, the golden one-horned dragon python's condition could only be described as extremely miserable and tragic. Not only were both of its eyes blinded, but its most important horn had also been broken. It could only rely on its instincts to roll around in the beast battle arena, biting, circling, and charging everywhere. It cried out miserably as it attacked blindly without any purpose. However, the big cat tiger was shivering and hiding in a corner. The golden one-horned dragon python couldn't attack it at all. It hid in a corner and trembled all over, looking at the golden one-horned dragon python with eyes full of fear. However, the golden one-horned dragon python had attacked almost all the spots except for this one. Blind spot? Blind spot. How could this be possible? Everyone fell into a daze at the same time. Was this luck? If this was luck, then this was too lucky. Oh my God! In the private room, Jin Wugong was dumbstruck. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such an outcome. An Earth-level spirit beast actually ended up in such a miserable state because it underestimated its enemy. Jin Wugong had two questions that he couldn't figure out. The first question was, spirit beasts were spirit beasts. In the world of spirit beasts, how could they underestimate their enemy? The golden one-horned dragon python wouldn't let its guard down in a normal battle, even if it was against a mouse. It would only relax after it had completely killed or devoured its opponent. Why was it so muddle-headed this time? The second question was, many of the golden one-horned dragon python's attacking methods hadn't been used yet. Why didn't it use them? As an Earth-level spirit beast, the golden one-horned dragon python had been trained by the Jin family for so many years. It was even proficient in martial arts to a certain extent. It could even transform the lower half of its body into a whip, a broadsword, or a long spear. However, it didn't show any of these in this battle. It didn't even use the most primitive and basic survival method of a snake, which was to entangle its opponent to death. How could it end up in such a state? Also, the most puzzling thing was, the horn of the golden one-horned dragon python could be said to be the strongest part of its body. It was also where the golden one-horned dragon python's life was located. It had always attached great importance to it and would never allow anyone to touch it. How could it be hit so easily this time? Moreover, it was broken with just one hit? Was he fucking made of tofu? Blood was still spurting out in the field. The whole field was almost soaked in the blood of the golden one-horned dragon python. The golden one-horned dragon python was still in a frenzy. However, anyone could see that this golden one-horned dragon python was definitely not going to survive. Now that its life gate was broken, it meant that its life was coming to an end. Even a saint-level spirit beast couldn't escape from such an injury, let alone an earth-level spirit beast. There were only 3 words to describe it. It was dead. And the big cat tiger that caused all of this was trembling in fear at the side, as if it was a sieve. Chapter 1764. Everyone turned their gazes and looked at the big cat tiger that was still cowering in a corner and shivering. That classic cowardly behavior, that cowardly look of not daring to fight at all, and that eye-catching, horn-like lump on the top of its head, it was the price it had to pay for hitting its head on the horn just now. It caused such a big bump on the big cat tiger's head. It was as if the golden single-horned dragon python's horn had grown on the big cat tiger's head. This cowardly look made everyone sigh and wring their hands. Fuck, if the golden single-horned dragon python couldn't kill this big cat tiger before it ran out of life force. This guy would actually become the winner? It would win the competition inexplicably. Everyone who realized this result was petrified. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bestial battle arena was like a silent movie. The golden single-horned dragon python continued to roar, scream, groan, and attack until it was groaning and squirming. Gradually it stopped moving, completely motionless. The snake's head that was once high and mighty now fell to the ground like a plastic pipe that had been drained of water. It twitched a few times with great effort and finally returned to silence. Although they had already realized that this result was coming, they still hoped that a miracle would happen. The crowd fell into a daze, and the whole arena was silent. It was at this moment that a mighty roar suddenly rang out. The big cat tiger actually stood up like a lively dragon and shook its fur. Then it rushed up to the corpse of the golden uni-horned dragon python with an aura of a mighty, invincible king. It hissed and bit at the corpse of the golden uni-horned dragon python. Its mouth was still growling. Although the crowd didn't understand what this guy was saying, they could guess it because a certain tiger's expression said it all. "Stand up, you bastard! I'm here to fight with you. Come on. Come. Let's fight to our heart's content. This old one will have a fair fight with you. Stand up and fight with me if you have the guts. Why are you pretending to be dead? Stand up. Come back and fight with this old one if you have the guts." Although the big cat tiger might not have said that, it's proud and rampant, arrogant and domineering. And beating the dog while it's down boldness made everyone think that it was not too far from the truth, even if they couldn't guess it. Seeing this big cat tiger hissing and biting at the corpse, as if it was in a life and death battle state, the crowd felt their jaws dislocate. They felt that their eyeballs were about to fly out of their sockets. Their eyeballs all over the ground. There was actually such a shameless beast in this world. It was really too shameless. Can you be any more shameless? Can wood? Did you fucking forget that you only knew how to tremble and run away when your opponent showed his might just now? Now you're trying to show off? Can you be any braver? Finally, someone shouted, "Fuck! What kind of ability are you trying to show off in front of a dead person?" Someone immediately reminded him, "It's not a dead person, it's a dead snake." How shameless. It's really too shameless. Countless people were indignant at the tiger's actions, but more of them were unwilling to accept it. No one would be willing to accept such an outcome. It was obviously a good thing that fell from the sky, but the pie disintegrated in midair, and the filling was actually feces that covered the whole body and face. Other than being disgusted, there was nothing else. Oh, and it was also highly poisonous. You guys are actually talking to a beast about being shameless. Could it be that you guys actually understand the language of beasts? What a talent. A very small number of people who didn't place their bets for various reasons gloated and made sarcastic remarks, finally feeling better. The farce was still going on. That big cat tiger hissed and bit a few hundred times before it barely tore open the weakest part of the golden single-horned dragon python's belly and swallowed the inner core and snake gallbladder in a dignified and calm manner. While the crowd was dumbfounded, they beat their chests and stomped their feet. The dead, golden, single-horned dragon python was lying there for the cat tiger to bite, but it still took a few hundred bites to tear open its belly, which was second only to its vital part. What if it was still alive? However, this big cat tiger was the winner of this competition. How could the crowd accept this? How could they endure this? Brother Tiger slowly ate the snake's gallbladder and inner core. Only then did he shake his head and wagged his tail in satisfaction. With the heroic bearing of a victor, he walked in a circle around the field in a mighty and majestic manner. As he walked, he roared towards the sky. Roar! 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 It seemed to be announcing, I won! I won! I'm the winner! Brother Tiger was really proud of himself in his heart. Although there was a huge disparity in strength, this game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was really fucking satisfying. No one had noticed at all, and it was a real secret that it had made a fortune in silence. As for demonstrating and marching around the arena, it had wanted to do that for a long time. It had been so many years it had wanted to do that when it was in the animal fighting arena, but it didn't have the chance. It had slipped away after one round of fighting. Now, of course, it had to walk a few more rounds to its heart's content. Yuan-Yuan's regret back then. Sigh, how many regrets in life. Below the arena, everyone was dumbstruck and silent. After a long time, a person who didn't place a bet asked his companion gloatingly, Brother, how much did you win? Do you have to treat us? Ha ha ha. This sentence completely woke everyone up. Countless people beat their chests and stomped their feet. In an instant, resentment filled the sky. My money! My money! Damn it, I actually lost. How could I lose in such a situation? Oh God, I can't live anymore. Fuck, what kind of bullshit Earth-grade spirit beast is it? It can't even beat an ordinary beast, causing me to lose so much money. I'm cursing its 18 generations of ancestors, cursing its descendants to be unable to get hard. After this battle, I've completely lost confidence in the so-called spirit beasts. How can I believe in beasts? Woo woo woo. Jin Xingxin and Jin Wugong looked defeated. Their eyes were lifeless as they stared blankly at the big cat tiger that was still circling around the arena. Their hearts had already collapsed. Since it was a game between spirit beasts, there were definitely risks. There were winners and losers. Of course, it could also be said that the winner was the loser. If they had lost the battle, and died, Jin Wugong wouldn't find it so hard to accept. However, the problem was that everyone, even an idiot, could see that the golden single-horned dragon python had the absolute advantage. No, it should be an absolute victory. It definitely had the tyrannical strength to crush this big cat tiger to death without any effort. However, with such a huge disparity in combat power, the final result was an extremely sullen loss. Moreover, the deciding factor of victory was actually 3 consecutive accidents. The most frustrating thing was that these accidents were all based on the fact that the big cat tiger escaped all the way. This fellow didn't even dare to fight head-on, but it still won. Tell me, where is this logic to go? The people around him looked at Jin Wugong sympathetically and quietly moved away from him. This guy looks like he's about to break down. If he's going to break down, then so be it. Don't go crazy. Even if you go crazy, don't go crazy on us. Third Master Jin, who was in charge of the gambling outside the arena, was much better than his nephew. He was still rational, but his head was full of sweat. His goatee was trembling in the wind, and his hands were shaking like chicken feet. His face was even more lifeless. Fuck, it was obviously a sure-win bet, but he lost. Well, it didn't seem to be a loss, because there were many people who lost. Those who bet on Jin Xingxin's victory all lost everything, and all the money became Third Master Jin's. But the problem was, all the money added up was only 873 purple cloud coins. But he had to pay Zhen Yukai a total of 2,550 purple cloud coins. This time, he really lost a lot of money. Third Master Jin had been the banker here for more than 10 years. Half of the money he earned in half of his life went to Zhen Yukai at this moment. At this moment, Third Master Jin's face was pale. It wasn't because of winning or losing, but because of his heartache. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose. Third Master Jin had been gambling here for more than 10 years, and he had seen all kinds of storms. As a banker, he could win 10 times in a row, but it was impossible to win 10 times without losing. Occasionally, there would be mistakes or accidents. If you really won all the time, who would bet with you? Who dared to bet so much money was really stupid? Did you think that everyone was like Mr. Jin a few days ago? But today he lost so much money. It was really painful. Half of his life's savings was gone, just like that. Anyone else would be distressed. How could you not be distressed? Energy would, and energy. On the other side, the host was also in a daze, petrified and fixed state for a long time. The outcome of the battle was already clear, but he was still sleepwalking and didn't know how to announce the result. If he had announced the result earlier, the snake gallbladder and internal elixir might have been left to the Jin family. Until Zhen Yukai roared, "Hey, I say, that host, did you have a fever yesterday? Did you forget to take your medicine today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Did you take fake medicine? How long has it been since the battle ended? Why haven't you announced the result yet? Are you very free? I'm waiting to get my money." Suddenly, he burst into laughter again. "Ha ha, that's great. Big Cat Tiger is indeed mighty and majestic. It's invincible. It's continuing its undefeated legend. Today, I've made a small fortune again. I'll give you more food later." Everyone who heard this only felt their balls cramping in pain. Made a small fortune? Only made a small fortune. Only made a small fortune. You fucking bet on this round. Other than the 100 purple cloud coins you won from Jin Wugong, you also won 2,500 purple cloud coins from Third Master Jin. In total, it's 2,000 purple cloud coins. In other words, it's 20 billion Shuiyin coins. And it's only a small fortune? I really want to ask you, how much is too much? Can you be more arrogant? Energy would, and energy. I have to take half a day off today. I saved this chapter yesterday. I felt something was wrong yesterday. Today I'm sweating all over. I feel nauseous and dizzy. I'm afraid it's the heat. I'm going to lie down after posting it. This year is probably the hottest year in history. The most hateful thing is because of my shoulders, neck, and waist. I don't dare to enjoy the air conditioning. Every day, I write in my room like I'm in a sauna. Heat. I also felt that it would happen, but I didn't expect it to happen today. Chapter 1765. The host finally jumped onto the stage with a crooked mouth and squinted eyes. The result of this battle is that Mr. Zhen Youtsai's Big Cat Tiger has won. The Big Cat Tiger is indeed mighty and majestic. It is invincible and has never lost a battle. Once again, it continues to write the legend of invincibility. Cough, 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 cough. At the end of his speech, the host coughed violently. He didn't expect this outcome at all. It was really too unexpected to be able to say something like this was the limit of a professional's ability. He wanted to find something more professional, but he did not have the strength to do so. However, the result of the battle has indeed been decided. Everyone was in a 100% petrified state as they watched Jin Yukai bring the Big Cat Tiger down from the arena with his precious baby. Each and every one of their gazes were like puppets with strings pulled, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. An Earth-grade spirit beast could actually be so careless, and it was such a fatal carelessness. Apart from the snake's carelessness, the Big Cat Tiger's luck was also too good. It was simply too good. For the sake of me? For the sake of me. Why can't such a good thing happen to me? People don't even care if they win. It's just a small sum of money. If I win this round, I don't need to do anything in this lifetime. No, at least for 3, 5, or 7 lifetimes. Chuyang took 100 purple cloud coins from the grief-stricken 5th Elder Jin. Then he walked over to Third Master Jin proudly. Third Master Jin, haha, Thank you for being the banker this time. That my prize. Third Master Jin's old face turned into a dried cigar. Cough, cough, this 2,500 purple cloud coins. Haha. As the saying goes, if you agree to bet, you have to accept your loss. Since I'm the banker, I won't deny my loss. But as your senior, I need to remind you that this sum of money is not small. Can you take it all by yourself? Haha. This world is not very peaceful. Chu Yang raised his right hand. It's a small matter. Look, do you see this? This thing is called Space Ring. Not to mention a mere 2,500 purple cloud coins. Even if it was 5 million purple cloud coins, he would still have more than enough money to spare. Thank you for your concern. As expected of senior gambler, your magnanimity is outstanding. Everyone instantly looked at the ring on Chu Yang's hand, and they all fell silent. It was an ordinary, unadorned, unremarkable ring with almost no decorations on it. It was actually the legendary spatial ring. Furthermore, the amount of energy stored was astonishing. What is the origin of this Jin Yukai? Dong Shuebing's background is getting more and more mysterious. In fact, what was revealed now was only the tip of the iceberg, a mere grain of sand. Among the people present, there were only a few people who had a storage space. Their storage space was incomparable to Lord Jun's, but all of them treated it like a treasure. He did not dare to show it in front of others. Rashly appearing in front of others would only bring unnecessary trouble to ZJ. Not everyone was like Great Official Jun, who didn't treat the purple cloud coin as a big deal and didn't treat spatial equipment as a secret. He doesn't even mind revealing more secrets to others. He could even store 5 million purple cloud coins, and there would be more than enough to spare. This was no different from telling others that he had a lot of other things in his space. As for the specifics, they could just imagine. Anyway, I don't treat 2,500 purple cloud coins as a big deal. It's just a small amount. Was he implying that the value of other things in his space ring was even higher than 2,500 purple cloud coins? That was like carrying a huge treasure trove with him everywhere he went. In addition, there was also his ability to come and go without a trace. Everyone could only look up to him in the dust. Zhen Yukai was so famous in the beast fighting coliseum. Why didn't the big clans send people to investigate and find out about his background? But no matter how they investigated, this person was actually so mysterious that there were no clues at all. Up until now, they couldn't even find out where he was staying. It wasn't just one clan that was like this. All the clans and forces had investigated and found valuable clues. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have the same doubts in their minds. What kind of background did this person have? How can a person like him be so stupid? Using a wild beast to participate in the game? And it was a sky-high amount of wealth. Instantly, many people started to have doubts about Jun Yotsai's spirit beast, Tiger Cat. Today's competition was too strange. It was too bizarre. It seemed too ridiculous. While Zhen Yukai was collecting his debts, many people took the opportunity to observe the Tiger Cat. But no matter how they looked at it, it was just a harmless, ordinary wild beast, even if there was not the slightest bit of elemental energy fluctuation. As they walked and breathed, they did not cause any elemental energy fluctuations in the air. It was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary. Could it be that he was really lucky? Unbelievable. As a result, many people once again had lively thoughts. Their eyes darted around as they thought, "My family spirit beast is much stronger than this big cat tiger." The Jin clan's golden single-horned dragon python can be careless, but my spirit beast definitely won't. In fact, it wasn't just the crowd who felt that it was unbelievable. Even Chu Yang himself felt the same way. Chu Yang had tried to overestimate a certain tiger's ability. He even wanted to predict the outcome of this competition. But he never expected that a certain tiger's acting would be so outstanding. Obviously, Today's results had caused many people to be deceived and tempted by a certain tiger's acting skills. They were slowly falling into the abyss of depravity. At this moment, Chu Yang had just received a huge sum of money from Third Master Jin, who was about to cry. He was about to leave smugly. Congratulations, Brother Zhen, on your victory. Are we still going to continue tomorrow? Rugua is still planning to continue. Why don't I accompany you? Wu Xiuxin couldn't wait to come out. Previously, Jin Wugong had snatched the first prize, and his heart was filled with unhappiness. Now that Zhen Yukai had won, Wu Xiuxin couldn't help but be overjoyed. Suddenly, a purple pie that was shrouded in purple light smashed towards Zhen Youcai's head. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Of course, everyone was paying attention to official Zhen Youcai's reaction. They were very afraid that official Zhen Yukai would say something like, not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested, and so on. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was arrogant and domineering. I'm in the prime of my life now. How can I not gamble? Gamble. Not only gamble. It's a big and special gamble. It's just that everyone's eyes instantly dimmed. They were afraid that they would hear something like, it's just that, but, and so on. Why did he say but in the beginning? Could it be that he was going to push the drum? Could it be that Brother Zhen has some inconvenience? Wu Xiuxin asked anxiously. He couldn't help but be anxious. This was a big matter that involved a lot of money. Actually, there's no problem. I'm just thinking that my big cat tiger is so brave. Today, it had already killed that golden single-horn dragon python. Is there really any spirit beast that dares to challenge it? My big cat tiger is the most suitable for me. It's also brave and invincible. I will only use it to fight. If everyone is afraid of my big cat tiger and no one dares to challenge it, wouldn't it be very boring? Chu Yang said with a troubled look. What the hell? He actually said it's just that for this matter. While everyone was shocked, they also felt boundless joy. What a good person. Firstly, we were afraid that you wouldn't gamble. Secondly, we were afraid that you would change your spirit beast to create variables. You're really a good person. You actually arranged everything for us in advance. If you're not a good person, what else can you be? Instantly, everyone's emotions were aroused. Wu Xiuxin even spoke up for Chu Yang. Brother Zhen, please rest assured. Our Purple Cloud City lacks spirit beasts, but we don't lack people who dare to gamble. As for spirit beasts, you can rest assured. Brother Zhen, don't worry and use your big cat tiger to continue your undefeated legend. Yes, yes. Many people said. Yes, yes. Even more people said. If you win, you have to win happily. Even if you lose, you have to lose gracefully. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Since everyone is so interested, I'll be frank too. Tomorrow, I'll bet 3,000 purple cloud coins, including today's winnings plus interest. I'll take them all out to play. Anyone can bet with me. This amount of money doesn't count to me. But I'm worried that you won't be able to raise enough money. Take advantage of this time to prepare. Ha ha ha. If I win, I'll win big. If I lose, I'll lose everything. Damn it, it's really not satisfying. Everyone once again let out a burst of cheers. However, after the cheers, 10% of the people frowned and sighed. 3,000 purple cloud coins. This amount of money didn't count to big official Zhen, but it was definitely not something that anyone could take out. At least in this beast-fighting coliseum, only 3 big clans could afford this amount of money. Jin clan, Wu clan, and Li clan. These 3 influential clans in Purple Cloud City. However, even if these 3 clans wanted to take out this amount of money, it wouldn't be easy for them to do so, especially the Jin family. They had only lost 2,000 purple cloud coins today. Even after deducting their losses from the other bets, they were still in a deficit of 1,800 purple cloud coins. If they had to fork out another 3,000 purple cloud coins, it would be fine if they won. But if they lost, it would be a huge blow to their family strength, and it might even cause their family strength to drop. But looking at the docile cat tiger beside Jin Yukai, and then thinking of his cowardly performance in the competition, as well as his poise, the eyes of these 3 clans who had taken out enough money to bet lit up. They stared closely at the cat tiger. Bet, or not bet, was it worth it to take out 1/10 of their clan's assets to bet on this bet? Also, how confident were they? The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Chapter 1766. Even Jin Wugong, who had already lost a round, and Third Master Jin, who had just lost a big bet, had their eyes shining with excitement. What a great temptation! Winning this trash would mean 3,000 purple cloud coins. 300 billion purple cloud coins. But what if they lost? It was not like no one had thought of this before. But looking at the big cat tiger, they had already rejected this idea. Facing such a beast, how could they lose? If the Jin clan lost, it would be because of bad luck. This kind of thing once was already a miracle. It was already the limit. How could there be a second time? Chu Yang laughed complacently as he returned to the private room. The 2 maids stood there respectfully. At this moment, the smell in the room had already disappeared. It was very refreshing. Chu Yang chuckled and casually grabbed 100 purple cloud coins and placed them on the table. He smiled and said, "My feet are smelly. It must have been hard for you guys to bear with it without any complaints. Here's 50 purple cloud coins each." The 2 girls were stunned. They were not dissatisfied because the reward was too little, but because it was too much. 1 purple cloud coin was equivalent to 10,000 water cloud coins. 50 purple cloud coins each. That was a total of 500,000 purple cloud coins each. They worked here, and their monthly salary was only 30 purple spirit coins. Adding on the occasional reward, they could only get 10 purple spirit coins a month at most. Of course, this kind of income was already considered a good income in Purple Cloud City. But this income added up was not even 1 purple cloud coin. This Jin Yukai, a big official, just casually gave them 50 purple cloud coins. This sum of money was equivalent to the sum of the 2 women's hard-earned income. This is too much. Out of Chu Yang's expectation. Although the 2 girls were wild with joy, in the end they hesitated and expressed their refusal. No matter how much money Jin Yukai had, this reward was really too much for the 2 girls. There were already so many that it was enough to make them panic. They even thought with some panic, "This Jin Yukai, could it be that he has taken a liking to our beauty? This, although we are children of a poor family, we can't be so humph." Chu Yang could see the thoughts of the 2 pretty girls. He could not help but laugh. "Don't worry, I have a beautiful wife at home. And I am also very henpecked. Even if I want to do something to you, I won't dare to do it. Don't worry, just keep it." He laughed and turned around to leave, leaving behind a few words. "Now that you have money, improve your family's living expenses. Girls, you should also think for yourself, ha ha ha." The 2 little girls blushed. They looked at each other and finally put away the money with blushing faces. Although he still felt ashamed to accept it, his tough family, his tired parents, his seriously ill grandfather, and his little brother who was waiting for money to go to school. All of them needed money so much. Although money was not omnipotent, it was absolutely impossible to do without money. This Jin Yukai was really strange. If other people were henpecked, they would be embarrassed to say it, but he said it so naturally. And the strangest thing was, how did he know that our family was in trouble? I have seen many nouveau riches, but I have never seen one like this. Now, looking at this person's appearance and posture, why is he so pleasing to the eye? What's so bad about his feet? Isn't it still manly? Such a person should have made a fortune. God has finally opened his eyes. Chu Yang leisurely walked out. 2 little girls. Chu Yang smiled in his heart. These 2 little girls obviously hadn't worked here for long. They still retained some of the simplicity of a girl, as well as that pure cuteness. Moreover, Although the two girls were wearing standard white work clothes, the corners of their underwear were exposed in some places. Some were worn, but still very clean. Moreover, the two girls' eyebrows were knitted together, their legs were straight, their faces were rosy, and there was hair on their cheeks. All these showed that they were still virgins. Chu Yang, who had lived 2 lives, could still see these differences. Working in such a place and still maintaining their purity, and their families were not very rich. Such girls had their own persistence and dignity, and were worthy of a certain amount of help. Although Chu Yang wasn't the kind of person who would squander money carelessly, he still didn't mind helping people who had self-respect and self-respect. When he walked out, Chu Yang could clearly feel that many people's eyes were fixed on him, and their gazes were particularly hot. Big Cat Tiger. Brother Tiger completely disdained this. His throat was still rumbling, and he still had not recovered from the pleasure just now. He turned a corner, and with the help of Big Brother Tiger's powerful spiritual sense, he concealed all of his pursuers. Then Great Official Zhen returned to his original appearance, the elegant duke of a turbid family. He held a fist-sized kitten in his arms and walked out leisurely. The wretched and arrogant Jin Yukai, and the mediocre and cowardly Big Cat Tiger, the handsome Grandpa Jia, and the adorable kitten. Such a sharp contrast. No one would have thought that this young Grand Duke holding a cute kitten, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows, was actually the arrogant and vulgar nouveau riche Jin Yukai. Brother Tiger, how was it today? Chu Yang asked. Cool. Really cool. Brother Tiger's voice sounded in Chu Yang's heart. I actually like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. This kind of pleasure makes me intoxicated. I really hope to fight a few more rounds and enjoy it a few more times. Chu Yang was speechless. If it were other spirit beasts that were at the same level as Brother Tiger, or even weaker than Brother Tiger, encountering such a situation, they would only feel insulted. With my strength, I actually have to fight with these little fellows, and even have to pretend that I can't do it? Aren't you insulting me? Chu Yang did not expect that Brother Tiger did not have the so-called awareness of the strong at all. This made Chu Yang feel a little strange. Don't you feel that by doing this you are lowering your status? Chu Yang asked in surprise. In fact, Chu Yang regretted asking this question. Brother Tiger felt good and didn't mind, but he had to expose that layer of window paper. Wasn't that just looking for trouble for himself? What if Brother Tiger suddenly felt that something was wrong and stopped teasing? Where would he go to cry? The whole plan would collapse. Unexpectedly, what do you know? Tiger rolled his eyes and proudly said, My benefactor, what he liked to do the most was to pretend to be weak with his strong self, and then play with his weak enemies. He made his enemies feel depressed and aggrieved, and then die in ignorance. Until the last moment of their lives, they still thought that they would win, but they were just careless and didn't pay attention. It was like eating ice cubes on a hot day, so comfortable, or after a long time, people would know the truth. I am the Xian beast that my benefactor personally saved, so I naturally have to carry out my benefactor's wise way of doing things. Let me use my strength to bully the weak. Show off as much as you want. I don't care. I really don't care. What dignity? What humiliation? How can it compare to the silent pleasure in my heart? How can everything in the secular world stain my pure and flawless wisdom? Let's have a few more duels like this. Brother Tiger was spouting nonsense. Chu Yang almost fainted. What the hell? What kind of weirdo is your benefactor? How can a Xian beast get used to this kind of thing? What a sin. Actually, you don't know, I have fought countless battles, and I am very used to using this kind of method. Brother Tiger said proudly, I have already experienced tens of thousands of battles. Every time, my opponents died in aggrieved and indignant in disbelief. Great. Just one word, great. Brother Tiger roared and then laughed loudly. Chu Yang raised his hand to cover his forehead, completely speechless. Brother Tiger was still chattering in Chu Yang's mind, listing his countless achievements in the past. Once I met a flood dragon. That flood dragon strength was not bad, almost 30% of my strength at that time. I first begged for mercy, and that thing was proud and arrogant. I went up and punched it. That thing was knocked down on the spot, and its face was full of disbelief. Later, I kicked it away. That time, I was very happy. Another time I met, and Chu Yang walked quickly, turning a deaf ear to Brother Tiger. That was really too evil. To be able to train a Xian beast into such a wretched state, one could only imagine what kind of person that benefactor was. So damn evil. Chu Yang sighed from the bottom of his heart. That's right. That's right. Brother Tiger suddenly became excited. Benefactor's name has the word evil in it. It seems to be, don't be evil. Chu Yang staggered and almost fell to the ground. Don't be evil? What kind of name was that? Besides, since it already said don't be evil, why did it have to be so evil? It was simply the whole universe was speechless. Not far away, the men's hall was just a turn ahead. Divine. Dr. Chu quickened his pace. But at this moment, another accident happened. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from behind. The sound was as loud as rolling thunder. As soon as he turned back, he saw a group of people galloping on the street like a whirlwind, like a furious dragon emerging from the darkness. At this moment, the sky was just starting to brighten. Chu Yang clearly saw the appearance of the people coming. It was Li Mingyue, the Li family's Gong Li. He was galloping over with his guards and followers. The Li clan was just ahead, and he must be going home. This was the only way to get to the Li clan. It seemed that this Gong Li was tired from gambling and wanted to go home to rest. Chu Yang subconsciously wanted to hide at one side. In these few days, he had seen the Li family's people galloping on this road several times. During the day, this street was bustling, but the Li family's people would definitely not gallop on their horses just because there was no one on the road. Their arrogant and despotic attitude could be seen. Of course, Chu Yang was not afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to cause trouble now. Even if he couldn't stand it, he didn't want to cause more trouble. But before he could dodge, a horsewhip had already flown over with the sound of wind. A voice scolded, "Bastard! Don't you use your eyes when you walk? Are you blind? How dare you block my way?" Chapter 17, 67. As Chu Yang continued to kill mercilessly, there were only 2 guards left beside Li Mingyue. The 3 of them looked the same. Their faces were all pale and lifeless. Suddenly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Someone suddenly rushed out from the houses on both sides, shouting crazily with a face full of hatred. This person's footsteps were weak. He was obviously just an ordinary person. Chu Yang couldn't help but stare blankly. What was going on? In such a bloody place, it wouldn't be too surprising if a high-level cultivator were to rush over. But the one who rushed out was just an ordinary person. He was a young man in his 20s. There were also a few scars on his face. These scars made his face look indescribably ferocious and terrifying. "I beg you, kill that Li Mingyue. Kill him. I beg you." This person shouted himself hoarse. Suddenly he knelt down in front of Chu Yang and kowtowed repeatedly. In just a moment his forehead was bleeding. At this moment, Chu Yang clearly heard the low sighs of many people on both sides. Li Mingyue saw this person rush out. His eyes became even more terrified, but also overflowed with hatred. But he also knew what he should do now. While Chu Yang was in a daze, he suddenly signaled with his eyes. The remaining 3 people of the Li clan flew up together to escape. No matter what, nothing was more important than their own lives. Only by staying alive could they have the right to talk about the future. As long as they could leave here alive, they could go back to the clan and gather masters to take revenge. Even if this person was at the peak of the human level, they could still chop him into meat paste. As for this guy who suddenly rushed out, Li Mingyue had already decided at this moment. When he went back, he would immediately capture this guy and torture him, 3 times a day for 10 years. Make him wish he was dead, but unable to die. Leave? Chu Yang laughed mischievously. Can you leave? The gate to the netherworld is already open. Escape is meaningless. Suddenly he shouted, Come back! 3 ropes appeared out of thin air and rushed out like angry dragons. In a trance, they had tied up 1 person each and dragged them down from the air, slamming them on the ground. Ghost Bloodvine! Wah! Li Mingyue was the first to cry out. He spat out a mouthful of blood. For Li Mingyue, who had been pampered since childhood, this fall was definitely not light. Below, there was a great battle, but on the houses on both sides of the road. However, there were 2 people who couldn't help but sigh. Trouble! This is really troublesome. Chu Yang had long discovered that these 2 people were different from the rest, but he had pretended not to see them. The young man who was constantly kowtowing in the distance stood up and frantically ran over. He knelt in front of Chu Yang again and kowtowed repeatedly. His forehead was dripping with blood. He did not care. Stop kowtowing. Who are you? What do you want? Chu Yang's murderous aura still hadn't dissipated. My lord, my name is Wang Sanyu. I have been wronged. Wang Sanyu cried out, I beg you, my lord, please get rid of this evil. At this moment, there were already people watching from both sides of the road. If they were in the Chongtian continent, most people would choose to flee as far as possible when they saw such a situation. They were afraid of getting into trouble. But in this Heaven Imperial Court, they actually dared to watch. Chu Yang couldn't help but express his surprise at the guts of these ordinary people. Wang Sanyu cried and scolded on one side as he poured out his grievances. Beside him, there were also some people who were whispering. Only for a moment. Chu Yang had already figured out the whole story. He had just vented his anger. But before he could completely calm down, another wave of murderous aura instantly rushed straight to the top of his head. Wang Sanyu originally had a very ordinary, very plain, but very happy family. His father and mother were just ordinary people who raised 3 children. Because his parents were illiterate, they gave the children the simplest names: Denyo, Ernyo, Sanyo. Although it was difficult for this family to make a living, with the combined efforts of the parents, they were finally able to raise these 3 children one by one. Denyo and Ernyo had already married wives and were living their own lives. Of the 3, Sanyo was the youngest. He was also the most good-looking of the 3 brothers. Moreover, he had good strength. For ordinary people, having good strength meant that their future livelihood would be settled. Sanyo and the neighbor's girl, Xiang, were childhood sweethearts, and they were already engaged. However, this was also the reason for the disaster. No one would have thought that after Xiang grew up, she would become an exceptionally outstanding beauty. Although she was not devastatingly beautiful, she had a kind of elegance of a pretty girl from a humble family. The 2 families were set to get married at the end of the year. Sanyo was so excited that he could not sleep when he thought that he was going to start a family, and his future wife was the person he had liked since childhood. It was also on that day that the wedding date was approaching. Xiang and her mother went out to buy things to prepare the dowry. How could such an important matter in life be taken lightly? Even if the family did not have enough assets, they still had to raise some money. Therefore, although Xiang did not show her face in public since childhood, she finally went out with her parents on that day. However, on the day that she went out, she unexpectedly met Li Mingyue. Li Mingyue saw her and immediately sent people to inquire about her whereabouts. Then he often visited her and expressed his desire to take Xiang as his 10th concubine. But firstly, they were already engaged. Secondly, how could he bear to let his daughter marry an evil young master? Therefore, Xiang's parents did not agree. They even tactfully declined and said that the 2 families were going to get married in a few days, who were the in-laws, etc. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have just let it go. However, after Li Mingyue heard about it, he immediately sent people to cut Wang Sanyu's face 15 times. You like this little guy? I will definitely turn him into a devil. Let's see if you still like him." However, Xiang was a woman. She would not leave or abandon him. She was determined not to marry anyone else. When Li Mingyue saw that the wedding date was approaching, he finally became ferocious. He led the evil slaves to rush into Xiang's house and forcefully took her away. The girl's parents went forward to stop him and were seriously injured by the evil slaves. The two families were neighbors. When they heard that something happened to their in-laws, Wang Sanyu's family hurried over to help. Li Mingyue pulled Xiang away. However, Xiang bit him crazily. In a rage, Li Mingyue killed Wang Sanyu's family and Xiang's family. Only Wang Sanyu survived. However, it was not that Wang Sanyu was lucky, but that Li Mingyue did it on purpose. Li Mingyue thought that his failure to do what he wanted was all because of this little guy. Therefore, he wanted him to live for a long time so that he could slowly torture him. Go against me? I will kill your parents in front of you. I will kill your brother and sister-in-law. I will kill your father-in-law and mother-in-law. I will steal your wife. What can you do? What can you do to me? What can you do to me? You are just an ordinary person. What can you do to me? I want you to be trapped in pain and regret every day. I want you to be unable to resist the torture. In one night, Wang Sanyu was about to enter the paradise of happiness. However, he suddenly fell into the endless abyss of hell. Moreover, he continued to fall. It seemed that this suffering would never come to an end. Every time Li Mingyue passed by the street, he would let his horse run wildly with infinite arrogance. It was from then on that he became extremely high-profile. I want you to see that I am so arrogant. I want you to see me every day. However, there was no way. This was really unbearable mental torture. Wang Sanyu, who suffered this unexpected disaster, had no one to turn to. Although the law in Xixia City was strict, but the so-called strict was only relative. For a big family like the Li family, for a big family like Li Mingyue, who had dominated Xixia City for nearly 1,000 years, even the local government could not seek justice for Wang Sanyu. Every time he complained, there would be no result. Not only would there be no results, but they would also be beaten up by Li Mingyue's men. Wang Sanyu was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, especially when he heard that Xiang was taken into the Li residence. She committed suicide in less than 7 days. His whole person collapsed even more. The reason why he did not die was that he held on to his last breath. He hoped that one day he could see Li Mingyue's end. Although he knew that the hope was slim, he still had a little hope. Wang Sanyu was like a walking corpse, struggling at death's door. The only thought in his mind was, no matter what, he wanted to see Li Mingyue die in front of him. However, as long as Li Mingyue died, Wang Sanyu would no longer have the motivation to live. Hearing such an unbelievable and cruel incident from Wang Sanyu's mouth, and the discussion of the onlookers had already confirmed the truth of this matter, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his chest was about to explode from anger. There was actually such a thing in the world. Chu Yang's original plan was to keep Li Mingyue for other purposes. However, at this moment, it seemed that no matter what, he had to kill this person first. If he did not kill him, the anger of the people would not be appeased. If he did not kill him, the justice of the world would not be upheld. At this moment, Li Mingyue was lying on the ground and constantly howling. The pain that penetrated into his bones almost made him lose his mind. Apart from howling, he could only curse. However, the next moment he shuddered, because he could clearly feel a murderous aura that was close to condensing into a substance was coming straight towards him. This extremely oppressive aura actually made him not dare to cry or make any sound. The other party obviously wanted to kill him. Wang Sanyu, get up, Chu Yang said lightly. Then his black robe fluttered, and he walked forward. Open your eyes wide and look. Heaven is watching what people do. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, but the time has not come. When the time comes, I will take revenge immediately. Now is the time of Li Mingyue's retribution. Now you can comfort the souls of your loved ones in heaven. Today I will seek justice for all of you. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Wang Sanyu kowtowed repeatedly and cried loudly. He vented all the grievances, anger, and hatred in his heart. Seeing Chu Yang's murderous aura gradually approaching him, Li Mingyue shivered. At this moment, he would never doubt that the person in front of him had the intention to kill him. Why is my family not here yet? Come quickly, and save me. Divine Dr. Chu, wait. A helpless and angry voice came. The situation did not get better, and it's getting worse. The weather in Laiwu is getting hotter and hotter. I accepted a book friend's suggestion and turned on the air conditioner in the living room. Then I opened the door of the study room so that I won't face the cold air directly from the air conditioner. But it's almost useless. I'll ask for leave first. If there's a second update tonight, it'll be a surprise for everyone. If there's no one, I'll really ask for leave. Actually, I really want to ask for leave for a few days. I've drunk 3 boxes of huaxiang, zhengqi, oral liquid. I really can't take it anymore. The person I admire the most is my mother. She never turns on the air conditioner fan in this kind of weather. She even covers herself with a blanket at night. I asked my father today, and he said, "Your mother has never used the electric fan ever since she got the electric appliances. My father is especially afraid of the heat. Because of whether to turn on the electric fan or not, the two of them would fight a few times every summer." Chapter 1768. Chu Yang didn't stop. Swish, swish, swish. 3 people landed in front of Chu Yang, blocking his way forward. Divine Dr. Chu, please calm down, the person said helplessly. You are. Chu Yang squinted his eyes. Chu Yang recognized the person in front of him instantly. He was just pretending to be confused. This person was the one who brought the patients for him to treat these few nights. The others definitely wouldn't know his identity, let alone call out his identity as Divine Dr. Chu. Only this guy would be so considerate as to wait around the men's hall every day. I've been meeting with Divine Dr. Chu for the past few days at night. The person smiled bitterly. Brother Chu, please think twice about it. Although Li Mingyue committed all kinds of crimes and deserved to die, but if Brother Chu really kills him, you'll be in big trouble. Brother Chu, you've already killed many people from the Li clan. If it's just these people, even if the Li clan goes all out to suppress you, I'm sure that you'll be fine. After all, those people are just slaves. But if Brother Chu kills Li Mingyue, the direct descendant of the Li clan, then the nature of the two will be very different. If Li Mingyue is killed by Brother Chu, the Li clan will definitely fight you to the death. So, the person said, Brother Chu, please reconsider. If you bear with it for a while, you can protect your body for 100 years. Seeing that someone came forward to persuade him, Li Mingyue's eyes also revealed a hopeful look. Wang Sanyu, who was behind Chu Yang, couldn't help but reveal a look of despair in his eyes. It's not easy to see his enemy being beheaded. Is it going to be like a bubble again? Among the 3 people who appeared, one person suddenly moved. A cold light suddenly shot towards Wang Sanyu. Obviously, as long as Wang Sanyu was killed, the victim of this case would also be gone. The moral pressure that Chu Yang was under, undoubtedly it would be much less. This was a plan to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. This person's plan could be said to be brilliant, but this brilliance was only limited to the despicable transactions between corrupt authorities. He even neglected Chu Yang's original intention. How dare you? Chu Yang roared. His body flashed, and he caught that cold light in his hand. What kind of person was Chu Yang? In a flash, he had figured out that person's intention. His heart was unable to restrain his anger. He rushed forward like a whirlwind and grabbed that person's neck. That person's cultivation was not low. He was also a master of the human level. He had wanted to dodge when he saw Chu Yang's sudden movement, but He didn't know why Chu Yang's attack was as fast as lightning. So he didn't have any room to dodge. He only had time to see a figure flash in front of him. He had already been lifted by the neck by the person in front of him. If anyone dares to act rashly again, I'll kill all three of you together. Do you think I dare or not? Chu Yang said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as it swept past the faces of the three. At this moment, the three of them could clearly feel the sharp needles piercing their faces. The surroundings returned to silence. Many people's eyes were sparkling with something. A trace of anger flashed across the face of the hook-nosed man. This divine Dr. Chu. He's so overbearing and unscrupulous in his actions. He doesn't care about the consequences at all. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Chu Yang put down that person, turned around, and walked forward. He didn't even look back as he walked forward step by step. His voice was like the sound of metal clashing. I've never been a good person, and I'm not a savior. But my heart has its own division of good and evil. I have my own conscience, rewarding the good and punishing the evil, eliminating violence and bringing peace to the people. These are the inherent glory of martial artists like me, although there are laws in this world. But there are also too many privileged classes. There are too many ordinary people who have grievances but have nowhere to complain. The bright world. The bright world. But there's also endless haze all the time. I'm not a law enforcement officer. But when I face these things, when I face things that law enforcement officers can't handle, I'll naturally take action. If I don't take action, I'll feel uneasy and guilty. I'm not fishing for fame, and I don't want to become the righteous ruler of the world. I only want to make the justice that can't be obtained appear in my hands. Make the justice that can't be obtained appear in my hands. If the heavens are unjust, I'll take it. If the law is unjust, I'll take it. Eliminate all evil. Chu Yang spoke very quickly, but walked very slowly. The sound of footsteps rustled in the silence, but it was like the drum of death from the king of hell. The sound shook one's soul. Every word was said sonorously. Li Mingyue, who was on the ground, couldn't stop trembling at this moment. His crotch was already dripping with blood. His fear had already gone to the extreme. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would be dead for sure today. Pa! Chu Yang leisurely strolled past the remaining two guards and gave each of them a kick. The two guards' heads were crushed like broken eggs. Then, a foot covered in blood stomped on Li Mingyue's thigh. Brother Chu. There was a trace of fear in the eyes of the hook-nosed man. Brother Chu, please reconsider. If you don't act recklessly, there's still room for negotiation. If you continue to act recklessly, I won't be able to do anything. I'm really doing this for your own good. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to this kind advice. It was as if he didn't hear it at all. His foot exerted force again. Then, the crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded. Li Mingyue screamed with a series of trembling sounds. His left thigh was completely smashed. Chu Yang kicked again. This time he stepped on his right thigh. Crack! Just like his left leg. The third kick accurately stepped on somewhere between his legs. A man's thigh was the most painful. Li Mingyue's body twitched. Then he let out an earth-shattering scream and fainted beautifully. Unfortunately, Chu Yang didn't let him go just because he fainted. He stepped on him again. This time he stepped on his shoulder. Chu Yang's eyes were as cold as ice. If one looked at him clearly, there seemed to be a faint sense of sorrow. When I first came to Heaven Palace and Purple Cloud City, I was shocked by the strict laws here. I even naively thought that such a strict city ruled by law, or that there wouldn't be such lawless and disregard for human life. But now it seems that I was wrong. I was naive. This kind of thing could happen in any society, any era, any space, and any place. Even in the legendary Heaven Palace, it was no exception. Another scream rang out. Li Mingyue, who had fainted, was awakened by the pain. At this moment his eyes were a little dazed. He begged repeatedly, Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. Chu Yang had stepped on his other shoulder and crushed it. He turned around and shouted, "Wang Sanyu!" Wang Sanyu jumped up. "Benefactor!" Chu Yang threw a saber on the ground with a clang sound. "Didn't you want to take revenge? Didn't you want to seek justice? I'll take revenge for you with my own hands now. A chance to get justice with my own hands. Go, pick up the knife and kill your enemy." Chu Yang pointed with his finger and said sternly. Wang Sanyu was stunned. Suddenly he was energized. With a face full of disbelief, he turned over and knelt down. He kowtowed twice. "Thank you, benefactor." Then he picked up the knife and jumped up. Wang Sanyu's agility at this moment was not like that of an ordinary person. He even had a hint of martial arts. He strode in front of Li Mingyue. The steel knife in his hand was shining. His face was full of joy. He finally got his revenge. "Li Mingyue, you also have a day like this." He actually used his foot. He adjusted Li Mingyue's head a little, so that he could see him. Wang Sanyu, spare my life." Li Mingyue trembled. "Spare your life? You want me to spare your life?" Wang Sanyu laughed wildly. Tears fell along with his laughter. He held the knife with both hands. He chopped down fiercely on Li Mingyue's leg. There was no pattern at all, but it was full of killing intent. Flesh and blood splattered. "That day, when my parents begged you to spare them, did you spare them? Did you?" Puff! Another chop. This time it landed on her shoulder. "When my brother and sister-in-law begged you to spare them, did you spare them? Why didn't you spare them?" Puff! "When my second brother and sister-in-law begged you to spare them, did you spare them? Did you spare them?" Wang Sanyu chopped Li Mingyue's body crazily. Flesh and blood splattered. Blood flew far, far away. And when my father-in-law and mother-in-law begged you to spare them, did you spare them? Did you spare them? My Xiang begged you to spare her." Wang Sanyu's face was full of tears. His voice was choked, but he shouted fiercely, "Did you spare her?" Puff! The knife cut Li Mingyue's throat. Li Mingyue's head was cut off by Wang Sanyu's knife and rolled out. The next moment, Wang Sanyu chased after the head and chopped crazily for more than 10 times. As he chopped, he roared hoarsely, "Did you spare them? Did you spare them? Did you spare them? Why didn't you spare them? Why?" As he cried, as he roared, he continued to chop. Chu Yang stood indifferently, carefully paying attention to all the movements around him. As long as there was the slightest abnormality, Chu Yang would immediately and resolutely strike with all his might. Fortunately, no one jumped out to stop him during the whole process. The morning breeze filled the street with the smell of blood, but it didn't disperse for a long time. The surroundings were silent. No one made a sound. Only Wang Sanyu's furious roar drifted in the air. That voice sounded especially mournful and empty. Somehow, there seemed to be many vengeful spirits who had died unjustly, staring coldly at this place. Chu Yang keenly noticed that many people's eyes were flashing with heartfelt sympathy. They also had a feeling of relief. This scourge has finally been eliminated today. On the other side, Wang Sanyu made the last chop. Chapter 1769. Finally, Wang Sanyu stopped chasing after the beheading man and laughed wildly. Revenge. He had taken his revenge. Ha ha ha. I've taken revenge. Father, mother, eldest brother, second sister-in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law, xiang. Do you see this? I've taken revenge for all of you. I've taken revenge for all of you. He shouted and laughed loudly. Tears streamed down his scarred face. P.S. Then he raised his saber. I've taken my revenge. I have no more worries in this life. Benefactor, thank you so much. If there's a next life, Sanyu is willing to do anything to repay you. Now, benefactor, please leave this place as soon as possible. I killed Li Mingyue. Everyone saw it. I killed Li Mingyue. Wang Sanyu shouted. Then he slashed his saber at his own neck. His saber was so powerful that it could definitely chop off his own head. No one doubted this. Many people closed their eyes because of this. They couldn't bear to watch. Clang! At the last moment, Chu Yang used his palm to block Wang Sanyu's fatal saber. Do you want to die? Yes. Why? Wang Sanyu was confused. Benefactor, what's the use of me living? What else can I do? Although the world is big, where can I find shelter? Chu Yang sneered. Suicide is the act of a coward. As long as you're alive, how can you be useless? Wang Sanyu's face was full of tears. All my family members died because of me. I'm barely alive just to give the Li family a channel to vent their anger. I'm really useless alive. Chu Yang said lightly. Wang Sanyu, the reason why you've met with such a tragic fate is because you're not strong enough. If you were as strong as me, or even if you were like Li Mingyue, he wouldn't dare to bully you like this. If you die, your family's business will be cut off. You want your family's business to be completely cut off? Chu Yang asked. I don't want to. But what else can I do? Wang Sanyu opened his eyes wide. He was indignant and helpless. Follow me. I will let you live. A cold glint flashed across Chu Yang's eyes. In this world, there are too many people whose experiences are as tragic as yours, or even more tragic than yours. Perhaps you can stop those tragedies. I'm going to stop it. How is that possible? Wang Sanyu muttered to himself. What power do I have to stop it? I will let you have that power, Chu Yang said lightly. Since that's the case, I, Wang Sanyu, will live the rest of my life. Wang Sanyu turned around and knelt down. He kowtowed and said with tears in his eyes, I also want to. His benefactor had shown him such great kindness. Wang Sanyu had nothing to repay him with. Even if my benefactor dies immediately after biting the enemy, I will have no regrets. I don't need you to die. I need you to live, and live for a long time. Chu Yang said softly, I'll change your name from now on. Stop calling yourself Wang Sanyu. Sanyo, take it as your nickname, your memory. From now on, you will be called King Blade. Wang Dao. Wang Sanyu murmured. King Blade, the blade of a king. When a king is angry, he will use his blade. When he uses his blade, blood will flow for thousands of miles. His corpse will flow to the world. Chu Yang said heavily, Although it's a bit late, as long as you are willing to work hard, I will still make you a real King Blade, a blade that will wipe out all injustice in the world. Wang Dao is willing to die a horrible death. I will follow my benefactor. Wang Sanyu. No, Wang Dao knelt down on one knee. With his own life, with this very moment, the souls of his relatives who were still floating in the sky made an oath. Wang Dao. From now on, I will be the king's blade. Chu Yang was stunned. I didn't expect that this boar could understand such a layer of meaning by himself. Is this God's will? Or is it a coincidence? Is it really predestined? The hook-nosed man had been silently watching all this happen. Until now, he finally sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. He walked to Chu Yang and said, Divine Dr. Chu, you are really going to be in trouble, big trouble. Chu Yang frowned and said lightly, Don't worry, no matter how big the trouble is, it won't implicate you. I don't mean that, I really don't. The hook-nosed man wanted to cry, but had no tears. In order to verify, he had already paid hundreds of purple cloud coins. Now he had already verified the superb ability of this miraculous doctor in front of him. Now he was relying on people to build connections and had already contacted the city lord. He was only waiting for a suitable opportunity to recommend Chu Yang to him and gain a lot of benefits. It could be said that everything went so smoothly, just like the original plan. Seeing that this gold mountain was about to fall into his pocket, The hook-nosed man was even a little surprised. How could it be so smooth? But before he could be happy for a few days, something went wrong. Something went wrong at the root. Once something went wrong, more than a dozen lives were lost. And it even involved one of the 3 big clans in Xixia City. Now, not only a few guards died, but also a direct descendant of the Li clan. This was tantamount to an irreconcilable feud. This was no longer something that could be solved by money, face, or power. At least, it wasn't something that the hook-nosed man could solve easily. If he really wanted to solve it, he could only, at this moment, the hook-nosed man almost wanted to strangle Chu Yang to death. This bastard. Do you know how many things you've delayed for me by coming here so casually? With a heavy sigh, the hook-nosed man turned and left. Although this bastard didn't appreciate it, for the sake of his big plan, he still couldn't let anything happen to him. As for the Li clan, sigh, if there's really no other way, I can only use my real strength. Let's meet force with force. I can't just let my earlier investment go down the drain, not to mention. Chu Yang looked at the hook-nosed man gradually walking away, and a trace of ridicule and contempt flashed across his eyes. Can't implicate you? You want to use me as a springboard to earn benefits for yourself. How can you not pay some price? Am I a chess piece that you can casually use? The hook-nosed man, who had already walked far away, suddenly turned back. As if he had thought of something, he asked, Divine Dr. Chu, what's your origin? This divine Dr. Chu was definitely not an ordinary person. His medical skills had already reached the level of great Dr. Zhen, and he also had amazing strength that could break through to the earth level at any time. The most important thing, through these days of contact, the hook-nosed man could conclude that Chu Yang's age was definitely not more than 25 years old. It seemed really hard to explain that he had such medical skills and amazing strength at this age, if he wasn't cultivated by a huge force. Thinking of his unscrupulous way of doing things and his attitude of not fearing the Li clan at all, could it be if this guy really had a strong force behind him? Perhaps this time, things could be a little easier? Thinking of this, the hook-nosed man's heart was a little excited, but also a little worried. Since he dared to provoke the Li clan like this, could it be that he didn't have any confidence? Don't think of anything else. I only have myself. Chu Yang stared at him quietly. He had already seen through his thoughts. The hook-nosed man was instantly filled with anger. With a snort, he turned and left. If he stayed any longer, he was really afraid that he couldn't hold back his anger. He would fight with Chu Yang first. But he only heard Chu Yang's arrogant laughter behind him, not willing to stop after slaughtering the whole world, killing people with a flick of a sword, cutting off the injustices of the world. Duke Chu Yang is the most romantic. Ha! The hook-nosed man's heart was inexplicably shocked. He turned his head to look. He saw Chu Yang in a black robe, walking leisurely through the pool of blood. He didn't even turn his head back. It was Wang Dao, who had just changed his name. He followed behind this black-robed figure step by step. The hook-nosed man sighed softly. That departing black figure actually added a lot of pressure to him. He only felt his heart was heavy. He muttered, This time I plan to use this person. Could it be that he also used me? Thinking of this, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. He couldn't help but ponder. After a long time, then he resolutely said to himself, As long as the goal is achieved, immediately send experts. Get rid of this guy. This person is extremely dangerous. If I don't get rid of him, how can I rest in peace? Along the way, Chu Yang brought Wang Dao back to the men's hall. He stood in front of the door with a hypocritical face. Oh, my great hero, you're back? Are you happy? Chu Yang rolled his eyes, ignored him, and entered the door. But Fishy wouldn't let him go just like that. His mouth was full of sarcasm. Oh, you're really awesome. You haven't even gained a firm foothold. There are only 2 people and 1 saber. How did you get here? You're in the dark. Your ability to cause trouble is really not small. TSK, FSK, how many days has it been? You want to overturn one of the 3 big clans in Xixia City? How can you be so awesome? Those who don't know will think that you're that reclusive saint-level expert who has reappeared in the world. As a heaven-level expert, of course Fishy's divine sense was sharp, and Chu Yang killed people on this street. It would be strange if Fishy didn't know what had happened. He had been observing closely all along. If Chu Yang was in danger, Fishy would have already flown out. Chu Yang turned around and said very seriously, "Brother Cat, there's something you don't know. I've never been a reckless person. I naturally have my own reliance. Even if I'm not a saint-level expert, I have the confidence and ability to face and solve all the problems caused by me." Huh, something to rely on? Why don't you tell Lord Cat about it? Let Lord Cat also hear it. Fishy's nostrils flared. I'd like to ask, what exactly do you have to rely on after causing such a big trouble? First, you have to face the Li clan. Second, you have to face the City Lord Mansion and the Eastern Royal Heavens legal system. TSK, I really don't understand where your reliance lies. Chu Yang said solemnly. Do you know, I may not be able to provoke the Li clan personally, but the problem is that I have a strong backer. Strong backer? Who is it? I've been with you almost all the time. You've just ascended. How can I not know what kind of strong backer you have? Fishy's eyes widened. How can you not know about my powerful backup? Not only do you know, but you also know him. In fact, you're very familiar with him. You're too closely involved to see clearly. Chu Yang's complexion was solemn as he spoke word by word in a deadpan manner. Chapter 1770. Ah, what the fuck? Know each other? Very familiar. The onlooker cannot see clearly? Why am I getting more and more confused? What do you mean? A certain cat was really confused by King of Hell Chu. I've already said so, why haven't you listened? My strong backup is you, Brother Cat. Chu Yang's face was still full of seriousness, but his tone was full of righteousness as he said, The 2 of us hit it off at first sight. We eat together, spend money together. We go through life and death together. We go through thick and thin together. If I cause trouble, if you don't take the blame for me, who will? Don't you think so? Me. Fishy Guy pointed at ZJ's nose with a dumbfounded look on his face. Of course it's you. You're my biggest support. Let me ask you, if someone wants to kill me, will you help me? Chu Yang asked casually. Of course I'll help you. You're my savior and my brother. If I don't help you when you're in danger, what kind of person would I be? Fishy answered without hesitation. In the face of right and wrong, a certain cat stance was still very firm. If a group of people comes to kill me, and they're experts with great power, will you help me? Chu Yang still asked casually. Of course I'll help. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll ensure your safety. Fishy answered without hesitation. Friendship, confidant. So what if I have to risk my life? If the entire Jianghu wants to kill me, will you help me? Chu Yang's eyes revealed a hint of slyness. Of course. Fishy felt belittled and was a little angry. Are you doubting me? That's right, Brother Cat. You're a heaven-level expert. You can help me shoulder the entire Jianghu. This small matter in front of me, a merely clan, isn't it something you can flatten with a fart? I believe that if you cough a few times, won't everything be fine? Chu Yang patted him on the shoulder. Now is the time to show your strength as a heaven-level expert. I'll slack off and sleep first. Brother Cat, please do as you please. If there's an enemy attack, please. Brother Cat, you don't have to give me face. Just do what you need to do. Then he leisurely walked towards the room. As he walked, he stretched his body and instructed, Hey, I'm exhausted from this night. First, it's my brain and then my physical strength. It's been tormenting enough. Wang Dao, go rest in the backyard. There's a row of rooms there. Pick any room to rest in. Have a good night's sleep and recover well. Don't let me see your sad face tomorrow. Be careful, or I'll fix you. Yes. Wang Dao hurriedly agreed. Under my command, you can bleed, sweat, and lose your head, but you are not allowed to cry or frown. Chu Yang lazily walked into the room as he spoke and gave his orders. Bang! The door closed. Sneaky was still standing at the door, dumbfounded. Shjan, Teacher Cat's little brain really didn't know how to think. What was going on? In the time it took to exchange a few words, how did this all become my business? He didn't care about anything? Did he become a hands-off shopkeeper? Although if he was in trouble, I would definitely help him. But why did the current situation seem a little strange? Hey, it's not about this. Sneaky thought for a long while before he finally came back to his senses. He anxiously ran towards Chu Yang's room. This matter can't be done like this. It seems like we have to consider this at length. Snore. Chu Yang's loud snoring could be heard from inside. The door was locked from the inside. Fuck you. Sneaky instantly collapsed. He was really too embarrassed to break in. You bastard. You fucking created such a mess. And you actually want Chu Yang to clean up the mess for you? This Jan really made Sneaky want to cry, but no tears came out. On the other side, Yen Russian, who was in an extremely weak state, lay motionless on the bed. However, there was a strange smile on his face. Interesting, this was really too interesting. Although he was in a weakened state, his divine sense had been slightly reduced due to his injuries. Anything within a radius of several dozen kilometers, or even the entire Purple Cloud City, as long as he wanted to, would not escape his senses. This little guy was definitely not a reckless person. However, in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he went on a killing spree. What he did was to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, to uphold justice, and to the satisfaction of the people. But there should be other intentions, right? If Chu Yang simply wanted to kill someone, it could be very simple. As long as he hid and left quickly, even if the Li clan guards were unwilling, they could do nothing. After that, with Chu Yang's cultivation, he could have sneaked into the Li clan and killed Li Mingyue without anyone noticing. That way, he could have ensured that there would be no future troubles. However, Chu Yang chose to make a move with great fanfare. If he did this, it might be a quick revenge, but it would be accompanied by a lot of trouble. A wise man would not do this. Although Yen Russian had only interacted with Chu Yang for a short while, he was already sure that this young man's mind was not inferior to most of the so-called wise men in the world. Hence, Yen Russian would never believe that this was all for the sake of Lin Yiqian. Yen Russian was almost certain that Chu Yang's backup plan, the so-called reliance, was definitely not just that heaven-level cat. Although that cat was also capable of handling this matter, this was purely to cause trouble and not in a moment of anger. Yen Russian made this judgment. But what was he going to do? Cause trouble for me? In the room, Chu Yang heard Brother Tiger's voice. What are you going to do? Do you need Brother Tiger to help you? This small matter is nothing to Brother Tiger. Chu Yang looked at Brother Tiger from the corner of his eyes. You need help? How are you going to do it? That's easy. I'll swallow the whole family and end this dispute. Brother Tiger laughed. Although I don't like to eat people, that family really can't be considered as people. I'll swallow them and you'll take over their property. We'll have a clear division of labor. Isn't that good? Chu Yang was speechless as he looked at this petite, dainty, cute, and cruel criminal. He said, "Let's put this idea aside for now. We'll discuss it later. It's not time for them to disappear yet. If necessary, I'll say it." Brother Tiger rolled his eyes and flipped his body over, revealing his white belly. He said, "Okay, if you need anything, don't hesitate. You must remember to say it. Big Brother, whose stomach can hold thousands of soldiers and horses." Chu Yang was silent. Li Mingyue was tortured to death. At this moment, the Li family had completely flipped the sky upside down. Well, it should be said that the entire Xixia city was turned upside down. The mayor's residence. Bang! The mayor, with a square face, was furious. "Men, here, immediately catch that Chu Yang and bring him to justice. He committed such a crime in my Purple Cloud City, and his means of murder are so cruel. How can I let him go? Yes. The guards went out immediately. The mayor frowned and paced back and forth. His face was gloomy. Where did this damn guy come from? I spent a lot of effort to establish this delicate balance between the three clans. Otherwise, wouldn't the Lee clan have been destroyed by me long ago? This damn guy actually caused such an uproar the moment he came, and he seems to want to make the situation more complicated. If I don't stop him, the Xixia city will change. He was in deep thought. A gentle voice said, Husband, I heard that this Chu Yang is a divine doctor in the men's hall. The mayor suddenly became very embarrassed. Madam, this is really inappropriate. A graceful woman walked out from the back hall. Her face was like a lotus and her body was like a willow. She came to the mayor and said, Well, I heard that this divine Dr. Chu specializes in treating my illness. The mayor's wife's voice was obviously filled with deep resentment. Cough, cough, cough. The mayor's forehead was full of sweat, and he looked embarrassed. At this moment, Mayor, there's someone outside who wants to see you, someone reported from outside. I won't see him. The mayor, who was feeling embarrassed and couldn't even straighten his back, was furious. He refused immediately. Yes, it's just that. The person outside was a little hesitant. He presented a visiting card. It's from the Jingdongwa clan. Jingdongwa clan. The mayor was startled. He said, Let him in. Well, no. Let him go to the study room. I'll go and receive him, personally. He left hurriedly. As he walked, he wiped his cold sweat. Facing the madam, the best strategy is to leave. Sigh, this man really can't straighten his back in certain aspects. As he walked, he felt the madam's resentful gaze on his back. The mayor's footsteps became faster and faster. He ran out as if he was running for his life. His forehead was full of cold sweat again. He really couldn't live through this day. The Jin clan. The second master of the Li clan, Li Mingyue, was killed by Dr. Chu of the men's hall. The master of the Li clan frowned and ordered, Pay close attention to the development of the situation. Let's not take any action for the time being. Recall all the members of the think tank to discuss the situation at any time. The intelligence team, pay attention to the follow-up development of the situation. Don't let go of any trace of abnormality or any trace of information. Yes, use the shortest time to get the most accurate information. In addition, immediately investigate the origin of Dr. Chu of the men's hall. Don't let go of any small clues. Yes, on the other side, the Wu clan also issued a similar order. These two clans were obviously planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. On the other hand, the Li clan was obviously going crazy. It has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke the Li family like this. Furthermore, the person who died this time was the second master of the Li clan. He had almost died in front of the gate of the ZJ clan's residence. Men, tie that bastard doctor up and bring him back to me. I want him to beg for death. The master of the Li clan's roar shook the entire courtyard. Everyone's face turned pale. How many years had it been since the master of the Li clan was so angry?